The man who entered was dressed in a military uniform, his temples slightly frosted with gray. Although his stature wasn't particularly imposing, he walked with a certain momentum. Seeing the Major General insignia on his shoulder, and then looking at Chu Nan and Yue Fushan following behind him, Bian Changxi knew who this was. This was the sole leader of the current 6 major convoys, the commander of the original Jiang City military region, Chu Shangjin. To be honest, Bian Changxi had never met him before. In her previous life, Chu Shangjin didn't have much of a voice. As soon as he arrived in Sioux City, he was sidelined by the Shao family and the Sioux City military factions. Many locals of Jiang City didn't even know who Chu Shangjin was. It was nothing like now, where people chanted every day, "Commander Chayu protect us, Commander Chayu is mighty, and Commander Chayu is amazing." He had practically become a guardian deity. She didn't respond to his words. This occasion wasn't suitable for her to speak, nor was it necessary. Everyone was calling out Chief, Commander Chayu, or Major General Chayu. Chu Shangjin simply nodded, but Gu Shu stepped forward, blocking Bian Changxi behind him, and called out in a low voice, "Commander Chayu." Chu Shangjin was forced to withdraw his gaze from Bian Changxi. He looked at Gu Shu and said, "Little Gu, I've heard about the matter. Little Wu has suffered. We soldiers see accidental injuries every day, but I didn't expect it to be so serious this time. Changxi, that child, has this flaw. She gets flustered easily when she's anxious. She needs to change that. I'll discipline her later. Changxi, come over and apologize to your big brother Gu and big brother Wu." 2 women who looked like civilian staff supported Su Changxi as she walked over. Gu Shu's eyes flashed. Before Su Changxi could speak, he said, "Miss Su didn't do it on purpose." The situation was urgent, and no one expected such a thing to happen. How can we blame Miss Su? I'm relieved to hear you say that. Bian Changxi secretly curled her lips. With just a few words, the whole incident was characterized as an accidental injury seen every day and a mistake made while flustered. If Gu Shu and his team pursued it further, wouldn't they seem unreasonable and lacking in ideological awareness? Moreover, was it really that simple? She saw Su Changxi swaying, her lips moving slightly. In the end, she didn't say anything. Anyone could tell there was a problem. Having resolved this matter, Chu Shangjin was still thinking about Bian Changxi. He smiled and said, "Miss Bian has performed another great service. You are currently in Convoy 5, right? How can such an outstanding talent be placed there? Fushan, transfer Miss Bian to Convoy 2. Convoy 2 was a gathering of talents and the military's reserve force." Bian Changxi smiled and interrupted him, "Commander Chayu exaggerates. I came here firstly to save people and accumulate good karma, and secondly, out of my personal friendship with Captain Gu and the others. It wasn't to claim any credit." The smile on Chu Shangjin's face froze, and his expression became somewhat ambiguous. The atmosphere in the tent sank. A middle-aged man behind him quickly spoke up. "What kind of personal friendship allows for being on call in the middle of the night? Miss Bian Aihu would also like to be friends with you." "Who?" Bian Changxi matched the face to her memories. Hu Ichuan, the second in command of the Jiang City military region, the deputy commander. He was the man who would later replace Chu Shangjin at the Sioux City base. She had actually met this person before. Seeing his slick, smiling face, she knew this man was not simple. To be able to undermine Chu Shangjin and still hold real power as an outsider from Jiang City under the high pressure of the Sioux City faction required significant cunning. She smiled but didn't answer. Gu Shu said they were leaving. Everyone worked together to lift Wu Dalang onto a stretcher. Seeing that Wu Dalang's condition was still unstable, Bian Changxi decided to help until the end and followed them. Gu Shu's camp wasn't far from hers. Once she saw Wu Dalang settled properly, she said, "I'll be going now." Xiao Yun immediately said, "Going where? You ran all this way and got tired. You can't come empty-handed and leave empty-handed." Let's have a late-night snack together. Late-night snack. She refused. Forget it. Gu Shu said, we didn't eat much tonight. After being busy for half the night, we're all hungry. One more person won't make a difference. Join us. Bian Changxi still wanted to shake her head, but Xiao Yun interjected, you can help wash the vegetables too. She was speechless. Do they treat me as a guest or free labor? So, after a gap of 1, 2, 3 many days, Bian Changxi was mixing with this group again. She used a small amount of water to wash a piece of old ginger, feeling a bit awkward in her heart. They had parted ways on such bad terms back then. She had even pulled a gun on them. It shouldn't be that they just nodded at each other when meeting on the road, so what was this sitting together eating and drinking now? However, as soon as the fire was built and the aroma of barbecue wafted over, she threw all those thoughts to the back of her mind. Pretending to be reserved, but actually eyeing the food with glowing eyes, she scooted closer to the fire. What are you grilling? It smells so good. The ones doing the grilling were a young man and a young girl. Gu Shu had been operating in the new district for so many days. Naturally, he wouldn't just have the 6 of them. He had swiftly and sharply recruited a group of people. The soldiers who had come to find Bian Changxi earlier, and those confronting the army's original staff in the tent, were part of this group. There were even more people not present right now. She secretly observed these people and was shocked. Every single one of them was either an ability user, a martial artist, or someone with a special and outstanding skill. Heaven knows how Gu Shu managed to subdue these people in such a short time. The young man grilling looked like a skinny teenager, but he was actually a strength-type ability user with immense power. Suddenly being asked a question, he stammered, Miss Bian, there are too few pots and not much water, so I brought these to grill. Although it's a bit wasteful. Bian Changxi looked for herself. Several plastic bags contained sliced rice cakes, small mushrooms, meat skewers, and sweet potatoes. The teenager was holding 4 ears of corn in his hand. She noticed the meat skewers still had ice crystals on them. You have an ice-type user. The young girl burying sweet potatoes in the fire said proudly, it's me. I'm in charge of keeping these ingredients. The teenager's movements were fast and practiced. He must have done this often in the past. The 4 ears of corn were roasted very quickly. He carefully sprinkled them with cumin and chili powder and handed the first one to Bian Changxi. Bian Changxi accepted it with a smile. She didn't have any weird quirks about not eating food made by strangers. For one, she had suffered hardships and starvation. Back when she was trapped in the mountains with no ammunition or food and didn't dare to light a fire, she had eaten poisonous mutant beasts raw, blood and all, with others. Her psychological resilience was extremely strong. Secondly, as a wood-type user, she was more sensitive to food than ordinary people and wasn't afraid of anyone tampering with it. Furthermore, she had been craving this. She hadn't had a hot meal in 2 days. Although there was a barbecue grill and charcoal in her space, she didn't have the time to set it up. Plus, she had loved this kind of fruit corn since she was a child. The ones in her space were still growing, and she didn't know when she'd be able to eat them. She blew on it, ignoring the heat, and took a bite, giving the teenager a thumbs up. Ginger. Where's the old ginger? The person manning the pot over the fire called out. Bian Changxi raised her hand. Here. She trotted over and gave it to the person. It was an older woman, an auntie. She had no combat ability, but her cooking skills were excellent. Her husband was a speed-type ability user who had been trained by Gu Shu when he was an instructor for the warrior squad. He was won over by Gu Shu in just a few rounds. The specific process was unknown, but he was now a member of Gu Shu's team, so his wife naturally followed. Bian Changxi didn't know how Gu Shu managed and arranged these people. She had just heard Xiao Yun mutter a few things. It seemed these people each had their own duties and tasks, but they had already been labeled with the Gu tag. Case in point. As soon as something happened here, Everyone who could come over came to support. Gu Shu and the others went to settle Wu Dalang and hold a small meeting immediately. Some of the others dispersed, leaving 5 or 6 people doing their chores. Bian Changxi was conscripted by this auntie, and she didn't reject it. She wasn't some high and mighty person. She didn't need to be polite to people who courted death, but for normal, non-malicious people, she naturally responded normally. If they could get along amicably, she wouldn't be cold. No one liked living in a constantly tense atmosphere. The auntie didn't know that the person she was ordering around was the powerful wood-type user that everyone, especially Gu Shu's subordinates, loved to speculate about in private. Because this person could be considered one of the first founding members of Gu Shu's squad outside the Core 6. Yet, just as the squad was expanding, she suddenly split off, taking a space-type user and a speed-type user with her. When Bian Changxi left, Gu Shu had already been consciously recruiting people in secret, but the movements were small. Bian Changxi's departure was actually a moderate blow to the embryonic form of the squad, something difficult for the newcomers to understand. The auntie took the old ginger, sliced it into large pieces on a crude cutting board, and said regretfully, "If only we had chestnuts." A pot of chicken and chestnut soup would be delicious and substantial. Otherwise, who is this one chicken enough for? Now we can only add some potato chunks. In the pot was a chicken that had been frozen for a long time, chopped into small pieces to absorb flavor and cook quickly. Bian Changxi blurted out, "Chestnuts. I have some." There were 2 large bags in her space. She loved eating them, but had never gotten around to preparing them. As soon as the words fell, she suddenly felt something was wrong. She looked up and saw Gu Shu and the others walking over from the vehicle. It seemed the small meeting was over. Her heart skipped a beat. People who had stayed together knew roughly what each other had or didn't have. Wouldn't it be strange for her to suddenly produce a bag of raw chestnuts? But it was too late to take it back. She felt guilty for a second, then straightened up confidently. "Sister here has great strength. Can't I have some food saved at the bottom of my trunk?" She dug out a bag of chestnuts weighing about a pound from her backpack, actually from her space. The auntie was so happy her eyes narrowed into slits. "Wonderful, wonderful. Captain Gu, come eat something. Do you want corn or rice cakes?" The grilling teenager greeted shyly. Gu Shu glanced at Bian Changxi. "Rice cakes." Bian Changxi helped peel the chestnuts, watching as a large bowl of yellow-orange chestnuts was poured into the chicken soup, bubbling away. She picked up her corn again to gnaw on it while looking around. She saw Gu Shu at the edge of the firelight, leaning against a car, slightly shaking a rice cake skewered on a bamboo stick. She hesitated, then walked over, discovering that he wasn't shaking the rice cake out of boredom, but was teasing a mouse lying on the roof of the car. The only mouse that would appear beside Gu Shu was that specific one. Awo, as soon as Milk saw her, it was like a cat seeing a fish. One moment it was listless, and the next it leaped up. Bian Changxi took a step back. "Don't come over." "Whoa." The trailing sound was like a car running out of gas, or a balloon leaking air. The small body that had pounced in midair fell halfway, circling Bian Changxi's heels a few times, whining with its mouth, its black grape-like eyes watery. This used to work on Bian Changxi, but now she held back from kicking it. She frowned and said, "You're actually still raising it." "It's quite faded with me," Gu Shu said with a smile. Seeing that Bian Changxi really ignored him, Milk leaped lightly like a cat onto the roof of the car, lying down next to Gu Shu's shoulder. He continued to look at Bian Changxi aggrievedly, his fluffy tail wagging gently. Bian Changxi noticed he had lost weight. He used to be round like a ball, but now he had deflated. Bian Changxi's anger hadn't fully dissipated, and she was still wary of it, always feeling this mouse was strange. But it wasn't her place to worry about it now. She looked at Gu Shu's face. "Are you okay? What could be wrong with me? Thank you so much for today." Bian Changxi stared at him for a long while, muttering, "If you're fine, then forget it." If he didn't take it seriously, why should she worry? She hadn't forgot that she told herself to stay away from this man. Just as she turned around, her hand was grabbed. Gu Shu's voice sounded slightly weak. "There is something." She was dragged back a few steps, her back resting against the car door. Gu Shu supported himself with a hand by her ear, standing in front of her, almost blocking her entire line of sight. From behind, it looked like he was embracing her. Her eyes widened. "What are you doing?" Gu Shu's voice was low and hoarse. At such a close distance, the smell of blood was distinct. She noticed his lips were already somewhat cyanotic, and there were dark shadows under his eyes. "Sorry, Su Chenxi knows I was hit. They are watching right now." He was very tall. Even leaning forward slightly, his shoulders almost covered Bian Changxi's eyes. Bian Changxi gently propped herself up and indeed saw the patrolling people nearby and far away glancing over, their gazes seemingly unintentional. She whispered, "What does it matter if people know you're injured? Didn't Wu Dalang fall too?" Then she asked, "Where is the injury?" "Chest," Gu Shu said. "I need them to know that Su Chenxi is not a threat to me. Only then would they be more apprehensive. However, if they tried something underhanded next time, they would use even more vicious methods. If it were Bian Changxi, she would show weakness to the enemy." But she also knew Gu Shu was different from her. He needed manpower. He wanted to build his own leadership team. To raise his own army, he couldn't show even a hint of inability. He had to let people know that in the face of those monsters and demons, he could stand tall. So he couldn't disappear to treat his wounds. He had to stand here calmly, showing that brother was still alive and well. Truly exhausting. Bian Changxi stared at his black shirt, which was secretly stained with blood. He whispered an apology and unbuttoned it with one hand. She saw his fingernails were gray and purple. Although he was stable, he was purely holding on by force of will. She sighed, overcoming her psychological barrier. "Let me do it." There was a white tank top under the shirt, only this time it should be called a black and red tank top. It was full of blood stains, with no white spots to be found. On the left side, near the heart, there was a diagonal cut. The blood wasn't flowing much anymore, but the fabric edges were stuck to the pale wound, making it look somewhat hideous. She frowned and tore the tank top. What exactly happened? How did neither you nor Wu Dalang avoid it? Is Su Chenxi that powerful? Gu Shu groaned. "We were dealing with a mutant snake. She appeared suddenly. Plus, someone was bitten by the snake and about to be swallowed, so she made her move." That space blade was indeed formidable, silent, and almost without ability fluctuations. He had only vaguely sensed something wrong. By the time he heard Wu Dalang's scream and Shadow's warning, it was too late. Shadow was there too. "How come he's fine but you got hurt?" Gu Shu endured the pain and forced a smile. "Shadow's senses and reactions are fast. I'm not as good as him." In other words, of the three people present, Wu Dalang didn't dodge, Shadow dodged, and Gu Shu didn't dodge either, but he blocked it. Bian Changxi finally tore off the fabric. The neat wound cut by the space blade was already pale and swollen from excessive blood loss. Now it looked even more like a mess of flesh and blood. The wound in the center was like a black hole, instilling fear. She looked at Gu Shu and placed her hand on it. First, she felt the beating of his heart, which was already somewhat chaotic and weak. Then her expression changed. "Just a little bit more. If that space blade went an inch deeper, you would be dead. This is much more serious than Wu Dalang's injury. And you're pretending like nothing happened." While speaking, her movements weren't slow. Wood energy was already pouring in. Gu Shu was breathing rapidly due to lack of blood and oxygen. As the wood energy surged in, his body trembled slightly, but he gritted his teeth and endured it, glancing at her. She must be doing it on purpose. His breath was on Bian Changxi's ear, making her very uncomfortable. Because he lowered his body further, although they had no other physical contact, it looked quite ambiguous, as if he were whispering sweet nothings in her ear. She saw the people by the fire looking over frequently, their expressions a mix of shock and suggestiveness. For the first time, she felt her face couldn't handle it. Yet she knew she couldn't leave. If Gu Shu disappeared with her, anyone with a brain wouldn't think they went to flirt, but to save a life. She gritted her teeth secretly. Gu Shu, if there are any rumors later, you are responsible for clarifying them. What kind of mess was this? Gu Shu revealed a handsome smile, which actually looked a bit devilish. Do you know what everyone said after you left last time? Said what? They said I entered your room in the middle of the night and was chased out by you with a gun. Bian Changxi. Sounds like such a beastly act. She gritted her teeth even harder. My lifetime of reputation. Gu Shu also sighed. Yes, a lifetime of reputation. Who spread it? Probably Xiao Yun chasing the Chen family asking questions, so they had to reenact the scene. Damn Xiao Yun. Bian Changxi withdrew her hand. How does it feel? Gu Shu held onto the car to steady himself for a moment. His heroic, straight eyebrows pressed down on his closed eyes, looking heavy and handsome in the night. He buttoned up his clothes. Very good. Many thanks. She curled her lips. I'm just returning the favor. Now we're even. Gu Shu paused. Yes, even. I actually owe you now. She was stunned for a moment and didn't retort. Looking at her blood-stained hands, Gu Shu said, There's water in the car. I'll pour it for you. Forget it, you rest. Eat something good later. Wu Dalang too. Don't expect to recover in just a few days. Bian Changxi took the white plastic bucket. It was quite heavy, a 10-kilogram bucket almost full. Is this released by a water-type ability user? MN. Just then, Xiao Yun came over, moving a folding table from the car, and added, the military has controlled all the ability users they can. The water types specifically release water for the higher-ups. We get 10 kilograms a day here. But this is all for utility use. For drinking, we only use bottled water. He laughed, drinking water that came out of someone's body feels weirdly creepy. I wander around every day to see if those who drink this water have any bad changes. But it looks like we'll have to drink it eventually, regardless of side effects. Clean water is becoming scarcer. Bian Changxi thought to herself. Elemental ability users are 1 in 20. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, plus derivative types, roughly 6 categories. There are over 600,000 people now. Calculating by this ratio, there should be 5,000 water users. A Tier 1 water user can release about 100 liters of water a day. So the 10 kilograms, 20 liters, Gu Shu got was basically 1/25,000th. It didn't seem like much, but among 600,000 people, how many were high officials? How many were esteemed family members? The army took water by rank, and other industries needed appeasement and good relations. Giving clean water as gifts was mandatory. With all that, getting 20 liters was actually quite good. But actually, her calculation had major issues. First, 1 elemental user in 20 was a statistic from 2 or 3 years into the apocalypse. Ability users were created and died every day, but in the early stages, creation definitely outnumbered death. So right now, there wasn't 1 in 20, maybe 1 in 50 or even 1 in 100. Secondly, with so many ability users, the military couldn't control them all, especially since this military's prestige wasn't high enough yet. Controlling half would be good. Finally, newly awakened Tier 1 users couldn't release 100 liters a day. Her average was too high. After applying all these discounts, the fact that Gu Shu could still get 20 liters was quite remarkable. To be allocated this much water meant his status was quite high. Clearly, he was valued and heavily used. And Su Chen's attack on them must have been premeditated, instructed by someone. She was Chu Shangjin's person, and Chu Shangjin had just favored her. But Chu Shangjin still counted on capable people to help him hold up half the sky. He had to manage the survivors and ensure he wouldn't appear too weak when he arrived in Sioux City. Even if he was wary of Gu Shu, dealing with him now would be akin to destroying his own Great Wall. It didn't make sense. The two sides were contradictory. After thinking it through, she suddenly realized the person talking to her was Xiao Yun. Remembering the earlier incident, she couldn't help but feel angry. Xiao Yun felt creeped out by her stare. "What's wrong?" Everything was fine just now. Although he ran over with the excuse of moving the table because he wanted to hear what private words she and the boss were saying, he hadn't heard anything yet, had he? He quickly shouldered the table and fled gloomily. Bian Changxi went back with a full stomach, bringing 2 pieces of grilled rice cake for Zhang Bubai as a late-night snack. Gu Shu's food reserves seemed plentiful. 2 pieces of rice cake were nothing. Sure enough, Zhang Bubai, that honest man, was still worried about her and hadn't slept. She urged him to eat the rice cake and shoot him to sleep. Bian Changxi entered her space, took a thorough shower, washed her hair, and changed out of her blood-stained clothes before collapsing onto the seat to sleep soundly. The truck rumbled forward. Outside, the scorching sun was like fire. Even with the windows tightly shut and curtains drawn, the interior of the vehicle was filled with stifling heat. Bian Changxi lay on the semi-reclined passenger seat, her eyes slightly closed. The sultriness in the car didn't seem to affect her. Her body remained dry and cool. Zhang Bubai, who was driving, hastily wiped away the sweat that was dripping down again. Thirsty, he pursed his lips, but looking at the water bottle with only 2 mouthfuls left, he couldn't bear to drink it. As a citizen with no military rank, life in the army was truly difficult. The daily salary for driving was pitifully small, and the water was just this 1 bottle. But it was only past 11 o'clock now. Although, there was still a long time to endure. He looked at Bian Changxi enviously. "Miss Bian is so lucky. You don't even sweat." "Who says I don't sweat?" Bian Changxi opened her eyes and brushed back her bangs. Her hair roots were damp. "My cultivation isn't enough. In this weather, the whole car is smoking." She took out water from her bag and took a sip, looking at the dust kicked up in front of the truck and the vicious sunlight that seemed determined to bite people to death. She frowned with worry. Over the past few days, many people in the convoy had suffered from heat stroke. If this continued, she felt she might not be able to take it either. But let alone finding a place to rest and cool off, even if there was one, the main force couldn't just stop. Unless absolutely necessary, moving forward was the most important thing. Everyone was holding on by relying on this will. Today was the 5th day of the journey. If they didn't reach Sioux City soon, or if the weather got any hotter, the entire convoy might collapse. But she also knew that reaching Sioux City was still far off, and the weather would get even hotter. According to the normal calendar, it was only early June. July and August were the truly hot months every year. Now, ice and water types were the most popular. Each one was enshrined like an ancestor. One could only hope for rain. But in the apocalypse, when it didn't rain, it was fine, but when it did, it was a torrential downpour like a flood. How could a convoy in the middle of nowhere withstand that? Suddenly, her eyes narrowed, and she pointed outside the car into the distance. "What is that?" There were mountains in the distance. Beside the mountains was a rolling grassland, though the green grass was mostly withered and yellow now. Vaguely, there were some buildings on the grassland, and outside them were many dark, mass things, still moving. From here, they looked like a nest of ants. Zhang Bubai carefully controlled the steering wheel and leaned over to look. "I can't see clearly." They were currently on a winding road with no paved surface, just sand and yellow earth. So the convoy moved very slowly and bumped terribly. Bian Changxi looked out. In the extreme distance, she could see the large armored vehicles at the very front of Convoy 1. A bit further out, there were shadows of patrol and reconnaissance vehicles. They were relatively close to those dark things. She leaned forward and looked seriously. Suddenly, the dark things moved, surging toward the patrol cars. She took a breath. Zombie horde. Grassland zombie horde. She remembered hearing Bian Quang mention in her previous life that they had passed a small grassland on the road where there was a dairy farm. They encountered a group of zombies there. That group didn't pose much of a threat. The problem was that among them was a very powerful leader zombie. How much damage did that zombie cause to the convoy again? She wasn't the first to spot them. Almost simultaneously, alarms sounded in Convoy 1 and Convoy 6. Then the other 4 convoys followed suit. The convoys stopped to change formation. This had been drilled. During breaks, officers would come down to teach and instruct the people, so everyone was only confused for a moment at first before quickly knowing what to do. Basically, the armored vehicles stayed on the outermost periphery. Military trucks, combat vehicles, and engineering vehicles from within the convoy moved out to form a defensive perimeter, while the remaining vehicles tightened their formation. At the same time, the army and the warrior squads took on most of the defense duties. Although the truck Bian Changxi was in was also a military truck, it wasn't part of the official establishment and was full of ordinary people. However, because it was sturdy, it was also arranged on the periphery. Because of this, Bian Changxi could see the situation clearly. In this short while, the patrol cars at the very front had desperately turned around to return to the main force. Unfortunately, the road conditions were bad, and they were caught up very quickly. There were weapons on the cars, and they opened fire hurriedly, killing only a few zombies. The car lagging at the end had its doors and windows torn off by a long-legged high-speed zombie. The people inside were dragged out and dismembered in an instant. Dead silence. Because the terrain there was higher, Bian Changxi could see everything clearly. The miserable screams shook the universe and lingered endlessly. Everyone who saw it felt a chill in their bones. It turned out humans were so fragile in front of zombies. Even with guns and cars, they were vulnerable in a narrow encounter. While people here were lamenting in fear, the second-to-last car was also caught. At this time, helicopters and fighter jets finally arrived in the sky. Bullets poured down, mowing down a crop of zombies, but that patrol car couldn't be saved. When the third-to-last car also met disaster, the armored vehicles dispatched from here arrived. The patrol car hurriedly fled behind the armored vehicle, driving back desperately. Just as people were about to sigh in relief, they saw that extremely tall zombie grab a small zombie and throw it. The small zombie instantly smashed a dent into a patrol car. The patrol car careened wildly, crashing into the one in front, and the one behind crashed into it. Instantly, 3 cars were scrapped together. Zombies flanking from both sides of the armored vehicle smashed the doors frantically and climbed inside. Only then did the combat vehicles, carrying soldiers and warrior squads, arrive from the rear. But seeing such a formidable zombie, they didn't dare get out of the cars, opening fire from a distance. Heavens so strong. Zhang Bubai was stunned. Bian Changxi pulled her head back from the window, her face grim. She patted his shoulder. Move forward. At the front of the line, the engineering vehicles moved. Zhang Bubai paused for a moment, then hurriedly drove forward to fill the gap. Meanwhile, inside the command vehicle, the troop leader, Chu Shangjin, looked at the images transmitted back on the screen, his face ashen. So many people can't stop a few zombies. Disgraceful. Pass my death order. These things must be stopped. The adjutant secretly revealed a bitter smile, then snapped a salute and went out. 2 military trucks took a second batch of people up. Those people were ability users. Fortunately, the zombie horde wasn't large. With 2 defensive lines blocking them, plus the reckless expenditure of ammunition and abilities, they barely managed to seal off the area. The zombies were cleaned up very quickly, except for that tall, long-legged zombie. That zombie was probably a speed type. It was extremely fast and intelligent. Even armored vehicles couldn't stop it. With a rise and fall, it overturned 2 more patrol cars and smashed the front of a military truck that had arrived later. Then it ran wildly along the convoy, as if probing for a good place to attack. As it approached, cries of fear erupted. With a wave of its long arm, the windows of several cars on the outermost periphery shattered. Blood sprayed from the people inside, their fate unknown. An officer who had gotten out to direct the vehicle lane changes didn't have time to dodge. He was grabbed by it, torn apart, gnawed on a few times as if it were starving, and then thrown aside. Roar, it screeched, facing the long, winding convoy with a posture of hatred and contempt. Bian Changxi only felt her eardrums aching, her head swelling and dizzy. She was startled. Was this a mental attack? Speed plus mental power. This zombie must be tier 3. Many people were stunned blank by that roar. Cars in motion crashed or overturned. The zombie jumped onto several vehicles, kicking down or throwing off the soldiers manning heavy machine guns in the truck beds, or disemboweling them directly. It was a sweep. Everywhere it passed, people and horses were overturned. Seeing it getting closer, Bian Changxi immediately brought out the heavy sniper rifle Gu Shu had given her. Resting the barrel on the window, she leaned against the gun and stared through the scope with one eye, only to find that there were either too many obstacles or the zombie moved too fast. She couldn't hit it at all. Fighter jets from the sky chased over, aiming for an opportunity to give the zombie a powerful shot. The result was that they missed the zombie, but blasted up the earth. Sand and soil scattered into the car, covering Bian Changxi's face. She closed her eyes, waving her hand and coughing. Arrogant. At this moment, a female voice shouted clearly. Immediately after, those who were still conscious and watching saw the zombie dodge backward, and its entire arm fell off, cleanly severed. Bian Changxi saw it through the haze, her eyes flashing. Space Blade. It was Su Chenxi again. She leaned out the window and looked with binoculars. Sure enough, she saw a woman standing by a car near Convoy 4, facing the zombie from a distance. Looking at that figure, it was indeed Su Chenxi. She shook her head. Idiot. Even if she wanted to attack, she should have stayed further away. The space blade could fly very far anyway. Not only did she get out of the car, but she also stood there carelessly. Did she think she was little leaf-flying dagger who never missed? So the result was that the zombie didn't die. The zombie got angry. Waving its remaining arm, it charged straight over. The people nearby were either stupefied by the mental attack or scared silly. Surprisingly, no one intercepted it. Someone came out of the car behind Su Chenxi, grabbed her, stuffed her into the car, and closed the door. Before they could drive away, the zombie kicked off and smashed itself onto the car like a cannonball. Boom, people could almost imagine the tragic state and couldn't bear to look. But the expected loud noise didn't happen. The zombie was knocked flying diagonally in midair by a huge fireball and smashed into the yellow earth. Another blazing fireball landed on it. Covered in fire, it tried to stand up, but a black sedan drove over slowly. A gun extended from the window. Bang, bang, 2 shots shattered its head. People watched quietly as the ball of fire twitched, burned, and then lay still. A man in black got out of the car. Tall and long-legged, his figure desolate, he was extremely striking in the sky-filled blazing sunlight. He reached out his hand toward the fire and gently closed his 5 fingers. Miraculously, the fire tamely shrank and finally extinguished. A charred corpse appeared on the ground. The man squatted down, knocked open the zombie's skull with the knuckles of his index and middle fingers, and dug out something. Suddenly, he hooked up a smile and glanced in Bian Changxi's direction. The convoy was exceptionally quiet after the battle, as if people hadn't yet recovered from the shock. It wasn't that they hadn't encountered zombie attacks before. It could be said that zombies and mutant beasts harassed this massive convoy every day. Blood had been shed and people had died. But never had it been like today, happening right before their eyes, under the gaze of everyone. A single zombie was so arrogant, so unstoppable, entering unhindered as if no one was there. This long-legged speed zombie showed people the truly ferocious and powerful face of zombies, giving them a more direct and profound understanding of the difficulties of the current survival environment. Of course, in the end, both that space blade and that ball of fire brought endless hope and hot blood to the people. It turned out ability users could be so powerful, killing zombies without a trace, or knocking a zombie flying with one hit. It was too damn magical. From this day on, ordinary people outside the threshold of abilities uncontrollably developed a desire to become stronger. At the same time, two names resounded throughout the entire convoy for the first time. One was Su Chenxi, the other Gushu. Speaking of which, after the last zombie fell to the ground, people gradually regained their senses. The zombie's mental attack was relatively weak after all. Everyone just felt dizzy for a moment, and then they were fine. Then the loudspeakers broadcasted that all danger had passed, but the convoy didn't move. A group of people came out of the building on the grassland that had been surrounded by zombies, normal people, of course. Convoy 1 sent people to negotiate with them. After a long while, the broadcast came again. Enter the grassland to set up camp. They would rest here today. Everyone cheered with joy. After such a big fright, everyone was exhausted. Being able to rest was good. Zhang Bubai checked the time. It's not even 1 o'clock yet. His face was still a bit pale, whether from fear or excitement. He kept saying, that person just now was Captain Gu, right? He's really, really amazing. If Captain Gu hadn't appeared, would no one have been able to stop that zombie? Would it have destroyed and slaughtered indiscriminately? Would anyone here have survived? It was terrifying just to think about it. Bian Changxi pursed her lips. It was Gushu, all right. She also wondered why he suddenly appeared there instead of being with his own convoy 6. Of course, what shocked her was Gushu's control over fire. It seemed he had stepped into Tier 2. Comparisons really are odious. 3 days ago, he was injured and had lost half his blood. Not even 3 days later, he was lively again, had advanced a tier, and made such a big splash. Despite it being not even 2 o'clock, by the time the site was cleared and the convoys of vehicles and people were settled one by one, it was already 3:30 p.m. when everything was ready. The sun was still very strong. Zhang Bubai and the people in the back of the truck worked together to move out 2 bundles of cloth. These were made from torn tents that had been picked up and sewn together, Bian Changxi's suggestion. One end of the cloth was tied to the truck, and the other 2 ends were supported by bamboo poles. This way, the 2 sides of the truck were like spreading wings, creating at least a patch of shadow. The people from the back of the truck came down and moved about underneath. Bian Changxi also brought a folding stool down. She twisted her waist and pounded her legs, then sat on the stool. Bumping along all day felt like her bones were falling apart. Zhang Bubai rested briefly, and then started making his folding stools. She laughed, "You don't have to work so hard, aren't you tired?" 2 days ago, Bian Changxi had sent these stools to Lin Rongrong and Chen Yisha. Lin Rongrong didn't think much of it, but Chen Yisha's family and team members all wanted one when they saw it. The trucks were already crowded, with barely enough space for supplies. Without chairs or stools, people either stood or sat on the ground when they got out. Even spreading a cloth on the ground wasn't comfortable, as it was different from people's habits. So they liked these folding stools very much. Bian Changxi thought this was an opportunity and proposed a plan to exchange supplies for stools. She had seen Zhang Bubai make stools. His craftsmanship was good. If he didn't fuss over details, he could make one in an hour. After bargaining with those people for a while, she managed to raise the price of a stool to a 500-600 milliliters bottle of water, or a standard 250 grams pack of biscuits. This price scared off some people, but some still had plenty of belongings and were willing to trade. This made Zhang Bubai extremely happy. Although he had to drive during the day and couldn't make many, having income was always good. He even shared this business with a few roommates and friends. Those people were doing worse than him, basically starving one meal and full the next, but they had much more time than him. They earned back food and very generously gave him a commission. As a result, within 2 days, the whole convoy knew there was a small group specializing in making folding stools for people. Following that, folding chairs, fans, wooden clogs, straw mats, clothes, hats, parasols, everything came out. Those craftsmen knew to come out and earn a living too. Of course, their income was definitely not as high as the standard Bian Changxi had negotiated personally. Also because of this, after Bian Changxi, the pioneer, was dug out, she received countless expressions of gratitude. Good person cards and various simple but practical things came flooding in. It wasn't that those people were so honest and kind, but seeing the benefits her fellow driver, Zhang Bubai, received made others restless, wanting to build a relationship with her. Of course, aside from that, as the strongest wood-type user in the convoy so far, she appeared very sought after. Zhang Bubai was sweating profusely, grinning. Sitting idly is hot, finding work to do is just as hot, so why waste time? He understood the need to prepare for a rainy day. Unlike many people in the apocalypse who lived for the moment and sought pleasure while they could, he saved most of the food and water he earned so that if something unexpected happened later, he wouldn't suddenly have nothing to eat. Big brother is right. An old man from the back of the truck sat next to Zhang Bubai, holding a few dried, peeled wooden stakes. One should always find something to do. No matter the time, people shouldn't be idle. He added, "Big brother, can I borrow an axe?" This old man's craftsmanship was even better than Zhang Bubai's. He made tableware. Chopping the wooden stakes into sections or strips, his small knife and chisel flew. In a short while, chopsticks, spoons, bowls, and plates emerged. With just a bit of polishing, they would become exquisite and beautiful tableware. The remaining scraps could even be carved into cute pendants. However, Bian Changxi hadn't seen anyone buy these from him. She didn't know if it was because the raw wood had a smell or if people just didn't need them. In short, there was little interest in his products, but he still worked happily, his wrinkled face rippling with faint fulfillment and determination. Looking at him, and then at the other young people who were anxious, irritable, huddled together, seemingly discussing major life issues, but ending up arguing and concluding nothing. It was two completely different worlds and attitudes. Before she could lament further, someone came. There were wounded people over there who needed her treatment. Joining the medical team wasn't for nothing. Although she didn't receive special treatment, the work she had to do wasn't any less. In fact, since she publicly rejected Chu Shangjin's obvious recruitment attempt, she was being exploited even more severely. But there was no helping it. Living under someone else's roof meant she didn't want to, and couldn't, fall out with Chu Shangjin yet. However, on the way, she took a detour to see Wu Dalang. Although Wu Dalang's injury wasn't as critical as Gu Shu's, it was much harder to heal. After all, a whole bone was broken. It wasn't like flesh that could just grow back. He was still lying there all day with his leg bound, unable to move. Before she arrived, she heard Wu Dalang's voice, carrying a bit of unpolite coldness. "You leave. Take the crystal core with you." "I don't lack this stuff." Bian Changxi walked around a car and saw a silver-gray business van. The door was half open, and the rear had been cleared out, leaving only a foldable mattress. Wu Dalang was half lying on it. Su Chenxi, dressed in the capable attire of military civilian staff, stood by the car with a lost and complex expression. Besides them, there was only that grilling young man next to them. His name was Nan Bin, and everyone called him Anan. Gu Shu and the others were very busy, so this young strong man was sent to take care of Wu Dalang. Then recover well. About that day I am very sorry. Su Chenxi lowered her head and left hurriedly. Bian Changxi walked over. She still comes every day. "Miss Bian." Wu Dalang greeted her, then sighed. Yes, every day, and several times a day. He wasn't Xiao Yun. Otherwise, with that tone, the next sentence would have been complaining. How does this person's brain work? Told her not to come, isn't she just asking for a beating? Bian Changxi leaned over and examined his leg for a moment, then asked Nan to help remove the wooden board splinting the leg, allowing Wu Dalang to carefully bend his knee. It hurts a bit, right? It hasn't healed yet, but you must move it like this. Otherwise, if the muscles stay contracted there, it won't be good. Wu Dalang nodded gratefully. I know. Taking advantage of the fact that the soldier who brought Bian Changxi to save people was entangled by Nan, Wu Dalang said, You're still going over there. Yes. Those people are getting more and more outrageous. If it doesn't suit you, you don't have to force yourself. Bian Changxi was stunned. Recently, the treatment she received when saving people was worlds apart from before. Wu Dalang's words warmed her heart. Wu Dalang then took out something else. Captain knew you would come, so he asked me to give this to you. Bian Changxi's eyes lit up immediately. No way, a green core. Looks like tier 3. Is this from that zombie just now? MN. Captain still has to go to a meeting and doesn't know when he'll be back, so he asked me to give it to you first. Taking such a good thing from someone, Bian Changxi appeared a bit embarrassed. As the saying goes, take someone's hand and your hand is short indebted. If it's short, let it be short. Being a fool and refusing good things right in front of you is stupid. She dressed Wu Dalang's wound more carefully and asked casually, What meeting is he attending? Not very sure. The people from the dairy farm provided some intelligence. The highway to Sioux City is blocked, so Longyue Town ahead has become a necessary route. Otherwise, the main convoy would have to detour 50 kilometers through mountain roads. Although the road isn't long, it's hard to travel. Taking the mountain road means abandoning many vehicles, and who knows what wild beasts are on the mountainside. Commander Chayu and the others mean to clear a path through Longyue Town. They probably went to discuss this matter. Bian Changxi's heart thumped. Longyue Town. Wasn't that the place where many people died? What did Bian Quang say back then? Bian Changxi regretted not listening carefully to Bian Quang back then. Now, she really couldn't remember anything. Perhaps if she knew a bit more about the situation, she could recall some things through association, but there was no way now. Bidding farewell to Wu Dalang, she ran to the medical camp of Convoy 5 to work. There were many wounded, and all were serious injuries. For the past 2 days, her medical tasks were managed by a commander with a rosacea nose. She couldn't even see Lu Xiaoyang or anyone slightly familiar, as if they were deliberately isolating her. Rosacea Nose was very unhappy seeing Bian Changxi. As soon as she arrived, he ordered her around arrogantly, You, whoever, stop dawdling and come here. His tone was so nasty, it made one frown. However, having just received a tier 3 green core, Bian Changxi was in a good mood and didn't bicker with him. She quickly stabilized a few people who were on the brink of death, then spread her hands. Out of energy? What do you mean out of energy? How much effort can a few people take? Stop making excuses. If you don't save people, you're disobeying orders. I don't care if you're Bian Changxi or Bian Changxi. You won't be able to stay in the convoy. Bian Changxi shrugged, turned and walked away. A hand suddenly grabbed her bag. Are you Changxi? She followed the hand and looked over, startled. A person dressed in rags lay there, hair matted and filthy. The most terrifying part was his face, purple and green, covered in blisters and rashes, some of which had burst and were oozing pus. 2 tiny mosquitoes were circling that spot. In short, there wasn't a patch of good skin. He was unrecognizable. You are? Even his voice was broken, hoarse like an old man's. It really is you. Changxi. It's me, Yuwen. Zhang Yuwen. You're still alive. Yes, I'm still alive. I heard you are very, very powerful now. I wanted to find you. I looked for many days, but couldn't find you. Save me. Bian Changxi looked at him. Aside from his face not looking human, he didn't seem to have any other injuries. Where are you hurt? A medical staff member nearby sneered. He's not really hurt. Zombies flattened the car he was in. The people inside were either dead or crippled, but he was fine. He just fainted from fright. Zhang Yuwen retorted with a lack of confidence, I had heat stroke. Then he said to Bian Changxi, they are all dead, the car is gone too. I don't know where to go. Please help me, save me. After all, we were boy. The word boyfriend hadn't even left his mouth when Bian Changxi suddenly froze him with an icy stare. He stammered a few times but couldn't make a sound. Bian Changxi thought for a moment. If you're fine, get up first. Go outside. I have something to confirm with you. Seeing Bian Changxi chatting with someone else and completely ignoring his threats, Rosacea's nose flew into a rage. Do you have any self-awareness? Any shame? I said I'm kicking you out. He looked left and right, grabbed a medical tray, and threw it down. But before he could see clearly, the tray suddenly smashed onto his own head. At the same time, his beer belly was kicked hard, and he rolled away like a ball. Bian Changxi tore off the crudely made medical team badge from her chest and threw it on the ground. I'm not staying in this medical team anymore. I don't care to stay in the convoy either. But if anyone is going to kick me out, it won't be a thing like you shouting about it. Zhang Yuwen was dumbfounded. He followed Bian Changxi out. It wasn't until she turned around and asked a question that he reacted with a slow awe. Bian Changxi couldn't help frowning. She smelled a rotting odor before she even got close. When he opened his mouth, his breath was foul. She really didn't know how he had ended up in such a wretched state. I heard you told people that I killed Wang Yan. Zhang Yuwen was looking jealously at Bian Changxi's clean appearance. It was obvious she had been living well these days. Thinking about how he had fled like a dead dog, unable to eat his fill, stripped of his clothes by thugs and left like a beggar, constantly guarding against monsters, and finally sneaking onto a car only to act like an obedient grandson all day just to be bullied by anyone. His heart was in turmoil. But at the same time, he had to think about how to coax Bian Changxi so she would take him along. Hearing this sentence abruptly, he was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, No, who said that? You stopped staying with Wang Yan a long time ago. How could you kill her? Whoever said that must be making it up. He recalled in his mind who he had said this to. He remembered it was Chen Yisha. At the time, he wanted to gain sympathy and get some benefits. Who knew that woman, who had initially considered their classmate relationship, would suddenly change her face upon hearing those words? Damn it, when he made it big, he'd show her. But how could he dare speak ill of Chen Yisha in front of Bian Changxi? He wasn't brainless. He knew he had no capital to be arrogant right now. I don't want to waste time with you, Bian Changxi said indifferently. I don't necessarily need an answer. I'm just curious. If you tell the truth, I might help you out depending on the situation, but... That cold gaze made Zhang Yuwen itch with hate, but he said with a lack of confidence, Wang Yan was bitten to death by zombies. No one harmed her, and you certainly didn't. What else do you want me to say? I remember back, then you guys conspired to take my jade bracelet. It wasn't just a whim, was it? Zhang Yuwen's expression changed. His face was already unrecognizable, but Bian Changxi still caught the obvious stiffening of his muscles and the guilty look in his eyes. She thought, sure enough, there's a connection. Zhang Yuwen gritted his teeth and said, I'm telling you, you have to be responsible for my life from now on, including food, drink, housing, and clothing. Bian Changxi twitched the corner of her mouth and turned to leave. I'll talk. A man found us and said he wanted your jade bracelet. What did he look like? He always wore a hat, so I didn't see clearly. I took a peek once. Dark skin, thick lips, seemed to have a hooked nose. Looked like a shady character. Bian Changxi thought to herself, as expected, it's that Zhang Jingang. But Boss Zhang hadn't made any moves recently. Had he given up on her? She hadn't actively done anything, partly because she hadn't figured out the situation yet and didn't want to act rashly and appear guilty, and partly because she knew she would see Zhu Yunhwa when she got to Sioux City. Perhaps all her doubts would be answered then. The space was familiarity in her grasp. She wasn't anxious. The anxious ones were those plotting against her. I've told you. The thing you promised me. Bian Changxi nodded and took out a pack of biscuits and a bottle of water from her bag. For the sake of our acquaintance, this is all I can do. Bian Changxi, you're playing me. The distortion of Zhang Yuwen's face caused a few more blisters to burst. He clutched his cheek in pain, his face simply unwatchable, and threatened viciously, I heard you hooked up with a guy named Gushu. Believe it or not, I'll expose our relationship. Do you think any man would want a woman who keeps 2 boats? Bian Changxi sneered. Then believe it or not, I'll give you a knife right now. She glanced sideways, her coldness carrying a hint of hostility. Her tone was light, but Zhang Yuwen was clearly afraid of exactly that. Zhang Yuwen glared at her retreating back, crushing the pack of biscuits. A person walked over from behind. Useless. Didn't you say you had a way to stick to her? Boss Zhang. Zhang Yuwen lowered his head. If I were still my old self, she definitely wouldn't be so heartless. We had feelings. Boss Zhang sneered. Are you blaming me for not curring your face? HMPH, I only accept useful people. If you succeed, let alone a face in the future, I and the people behind me will treat you as an honored guest. If you fail. Zhang Yuwen's body tensed. I understand. Give me one more chance. When Bian Changxi came out, she saw the convoy undergoing a major adjustment. Or rather, a small detachment was separating, looking aggressive as if going out to kill enemies. They were heading toward Longyue Town, where the outlines of the town and buildings were faintly visible ahead. So fast. She walked to a high point and looked, finding Gu Shu's figure. He was standing at the back of the team, directing the remaining convoy to advance in an orderly manner. She quickly took out her earpiece and connected to him. Are you going to Longyue Town? Gu Shu was somewhat surprised. Pressing the earpiece with one hand while continuing to direct, he found a moment to answer. Commander Chayu wants us to scout the situation in Longyue Town and formulate a specific plan upon return. She looked at her watch. It was already 2 p.m. Although the days were long and it got dark late, going out at this time was still too dangerous. Are you going too? Yes, Yue Fushan and I will lead the teams together. We might split into 2 groups when we get there. Split into 2 groups. Bian Changxi suddenly remembered something. Tell me the specific situation. Gu Shu was silent for a moment, seeming stunned, then spoke quickly. We are drawing 1,000 people each from Convoy 1 and Convoy 6 to form 2 small teams. It just so happens there are 2 roads in Longyue Town, wide enough for armored vehicles and large troops to maneuver. One is the main street where the Music Fountain Square is located, surrounded by large shopping malls, hypermarkets, snack streets, and many leisure and entertainment venues. The other is the central road, called Jian Avenue. The street is lined with various shops, residences, an affiliated hospital, and a dental hospital. He handed over his duties to a trustworthy person, turned and walked to a car, resting one hand on it. Do you have any opinions? One side was for eating, drinking, and playing. The other was for living and medical care. Neither place would lack people. In other words, neither place would lack zombies. But comparatively, the apocalypse arrived in the middle of the night. There would be fewer people at the Music Fountain Square, and being a shopping and entertainment zone, there were more evacuation routes with main and side streets extending in all directions. Since the apocalypse hit at midnight, people would have been sleeping at home, so Jian Avenue should have more people. However, the Music Fountain Square was precisely where the problem lay. Bian Changxi finally remembered the key point. She weighed in her mind how to remind Gu Shu not to go there. Although Gu Shu was strong, accidents happened to everyone. Moreover, she heard that in her previous life, the team at the Music Fountain Square was almost completely wiped out. The more powerful the ability user, the more miserable their death. She didn't want him to die here. "I've got it," Bian Changxi suddenly said. "From what you said, there are a lot of shopping malls around the music plaza. On this trip, you're definitely going to, conveniently, collect some supplies, right?" She emphasized the word conveniently. Bian Quang had told her that if the convoy's leader hadn't been so reluctant to abandon those supplies back then, such a tragedy would never have happened. Indeed. Bian Changxi gritted her teeth. That Su Chenxi will be going too, right? As the top space element user, there was no reason for her not to go. Gu Shu turned his head and saw Su Chenxi standing before Yue Fushan, listening to his instructions. Su Chenxi also looked up, glanced at him, and immediately lowered her head again. Gu Shu turned slightly and spoke into his earpiece. "Yes." "Don't go with her." Gu Shu chuckled. "Are you worried she'll try something against me again?" "She won't. Just stay away from her." Gu Shu's smile suddenly vanished. After a moment, he said slowly, "Changxi, your tone could give someone the wrong idea." "The wrong idea?" Bian Changxi was confused. Then she heard him say, "Are you going to tell me the real reason?" She blinked. "I was just saying. Take it or leave it." But Lin Rongrong is also there, working under Su Chenxi. She held back for a long time before gritting out, "Gu Shu, you're really annoying." She hung up angrily, then took out her watch communicator to contact Lin Rongrong. "You're with Su Chenxi. If you don't want to die, get back here. I don't care if you have to fake an illness or even fake your death. And don't make a scene." The watch communicator was really inferior to the earpiece model. The static was heavy, and she wasn't sure if Lin Rongrong had heard her clearly. Fortunately, after a short while, Lin Rongrong came running over, panting. "What's going on?" Bian Changxi didn't answer, just shaking her head and sighing. "I don't know either. Let's just hope for the best." Was she really so detached from matters that didn't concern her? Someone with a grander vision, a sense of duty to the nation, would have listed out all the potential crises in advance and led everyone to fight for the greatest chance of survival. But after all these days, she hadn't even thought to be on guard against any major dangers. Gu Shu was waiting. Bian Changxi was waiting. At the command center, Chu Shangjin and the others were also waiting, though they were waiting for more supplies and comprehensive, detailed information to formulate a thorough plan for crossing Longyue Town. While they were studying the map, at around 4 o'clock, the command center received several distress calls. As mentioned before, communication within the military still existed, but the quality was poor. Now that the distance had increased, the signal was even more intermittent, and the voices were drowned out by static. However, they could confirm that the calls were from the group that went to the Music Fountain Plaza, and the situation was extremely critical. Commander-in-Chief Chu Shangjin quickly ordered his men to contact each of the few people in that group who carried communication devices. After many attempts, they finally reached Yue Fushan. The situation he described sent a chill down their spines. Chu Shangjin hurriedly calmed down Yue Li, who was on the verge of panic, and said loudly, "Everyone who can retreat, pull back first. I'm sending a rescue team immediately." He handed the communicator to his adjutant, placed his hands on his hips, and thought with a frown. He then said to another adjutant, "Contact Gu Shu." Chu Nan, who had overheard the entire situation from the side, raised an eyebrow slightly and quietly slipped out. 10 minutes later, Xiao Feng and the others got the news. This mission was urgent, and Gu Shu couldn't refuse it. He returned to the 6th Brigade, gathered his men, and left. A third of the 1,000 people in the plaza had some connection to them. Either they had already pledged allegiance or had established a friendly relationship. Xiao Yun, feeling he had nothing better to do, leisurely followed along as well. That was why Xiao Feng was worried. If it were just Gu Shu alone, he believed no situation would be too difficult for him. But with a group of people to look after, his hands would be tied. Chu Shangjin was already agitated. Seeing this group arrive so aggressively, his frown deepened. However, he knew he couldn't be too rude to them. Setting aside Xiao Feng and the others, just looking at the ability users behind them, HMPH, Gu Shu was a smooth operator. In just a few days, he had roped in a group of people, and he had specifically chosen the skilled ones. Even if he was ambitious, he shouldn't be so blatant about it, forming factions right under his nose. Did he really think he was a fool? He said to Xiao Feng, you're here. I was just about to send someone to get you. We have an emergency. Xiao Feng hadn't come to pick a fight. He understood the need to bow his head when necessary. It was just that he had been in a hurry, and a crowd had followed him without him realizing. But he couldn't be bothered with that now. He asked Chu Shangjin, I heard a big one showed up over at the Music Fountain Plaza. Commander Chayu wants our captain to go on a rescue mission. Big one was what people called powerful zombies. They had encountered many formidable zombies on their journey, from the Tier 1 zombies with immense strength and steel-like bodies to the Tier 2 ones that could use abilities, and even the Tier 3 one at noon that could launch psychic attacks. They were all powerful, but most of the attacks had been directed at the front and rear of the main convoy. The common people were terrified by the sight of a single Tier 3 zombie, because many of the real dangers had been concealed to avoid causing panic. Chu Shangjin nodded. Gu Shu's location is the closest. Lives are at stake. We can't afford any delays. He paused, then added, the support team here is also preparing. No one over there with Fushin can explain the situation clearly. Once Gu Shu assesses the situation, we'll adjust accordingly, and the reinforcements can set out immediately. Xiao Feng sneered inwardly. Our captain is under a lot of pressure, on Jian Avenue as well. Commander Chayu knows that against a horde of zombies, a hasty retreat is equivalent to handing our rear over to be devoured. The order came so suddenly. I'm afraid the captain will need to make arrangements for an orderly withdrawal. How much time will that take? Besides, they set out in a hurry and have been fighting all day. They must be exhausted. Their ammunition is also running low. Wouldn't it be better to just dispatch troops from here? The round trip isn't that long. Hu Ichuan had also rushed over and happened to hear Xiao Feng's words. He chimed in, that's right. Gu Shu has an important mission of his own. Isn't this just distracting him? If we send troops directly, it might be more effective. Chu Shangjin's expression showed hesitation. Hu Ichuan glanced at Xiao Feng, then at the group behind him, a significant portion of whom were said to be ability users. A glint flashed in his eyes, and he gritted his teeth. As it happens, a group of my men are patrolling the camp's perimeter. There are 1,000 elites, fully equipped with guns, food, and medicine. I can give the order, and they can move out immediately. We're just a bit short on vehicles. Chu Shangjin's face had been firm and stern, but his resolve wavered when he heard Hu Ichuan offer up his own men. Hu Ichuan knew him well. He took 2 steps closer and added the final push. Uncle Fushin, his nephew, and niece Su are all waiting over there. Commander, the situation is critical. That settled it for Chu Shangjin. He immediately gave his approval. Hu Ichuan seized the opportunity. Commander, how about a batch of reconnaissance drones? A high-altitude view will make it easier to see the key points. I don't have the authority to mobilize the Air Force's resources. As long as the commander approves, I'll go negotiate with Old He from the Air Force. Hu Ichuan turned and left without even giving Xiao Feng a proper look. Xiao Feng watched his retreating back, bid farewell to Chu Shangjin, and led his men to follow Hu Ichuan. Chu Nan witnessed the whole exchange, feeling anxious but powerless. By doing this, wasn't his father just letting Hu Ichuan gain favor and pushing Gu Shu's faction right into his hands? In his youth, his father had been a decisive, iron-willed hero, with considerable prestige in both the military and political circles of Jiang City. To others, he was a fierce tiger not to be provoked. But the older he got, the more cautious he became, imperceptibly turning indecisive and paranoid. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing. If he could just coast safely to retirement, he would still have a lifetime of glory and maintain his reputation both inside and outside the military. But the problem was, the apocalypse had arrived. With such a hesitant and overcautious personality, who could he compete against? Who could he suppress? If not for this, he wouldn't have rushed over to the new district with just a few men upon hearing about the Shao family's frequent activities. Wasn't it all to use his father's past prestige to intimidate those ambitious individuals and pave the way for him? His greatest success was recruiting Gu Shu, but at the same time, he worried that once his father's true nature was exposed, these people would have second thoughts. He had advised his father many times to let Gu Shu and his people do as they pleased. They were not ordinary individuals. In the future, the gratitude for discovering their talent and for promoting them would be more than enough reward. But his father had cursed him for being spineless. So what if he had ambition? Others might not know, but could his father not see that the entire military region was no longer his sole domain? The people below were acting independently, feigning compliance while doing as they pleased. Since the apocalypse began, they had been restless, each wanting to be the boss. He and his father couldn't control those people. They could only find someone to help them. Gu Shu was the best choice, capable and with a good background, but without an established foundation. Unfortunately, his father. And then there was the incident that night. It was clearly not as simple as Su Chengxi accidentally injuring someone. He secretly wondered if his father had orchestrated it from behind the scenes. If so, the problem was serious. If not, wasn't covering for Su Chengxi just taking the blame for someone else? And making things difficult for Bian Changxi was also a very classless move. He really didn't know what his father was thinking. Fortunately, things weren't too bad. Hu Ichuan had done someone a favor, but hadn't he done the same? Chu Nan thought for a moment. Instead of going to comfort his father, he followed in Xiao Feng's footsteps. He couldn't let Hu Ichuan have all the glory. Bian Changxi was helping Zhang Bubai polish a piece of wood when she suddenly heard the sound of fighter jets taking off. Many people heard it, but since these jets had been advancing with the main convoy, the sound was a daily occurrence, and no one paid it much mind. Since Lin Rongrong wasn't on a mission, she had stayed with her. She let out a curious huh. Isn't today a rest day? Where are the jets going? Bian Changxi stood up and walked a few steps forward. In the distance, a blue and white fighter jet slowly ascended, circled to adjust its course, and then flew forward. That direction. It was just as she'd expected. She jumped onto the truck and stood on the roof to get a better view. A convoy of armored vehicles and large trucks was heading in the same direction, the trucks filled with heavily armed soldiers. By now, the sun was slanting westward. The sunlight had lost its scorching midday heat, becoming soft and gentle. Smoke rose from cooking fires throughout the camp, painting a scene of peace and tranquility. Night fell, and the entire camp grew quiet again. Bian Changxi, however, sat in her truck with the window half lowered, unable to sleep. She didn't know what had happened at the music plaza. In her past life, many people had died there, and very few had made it out. Those who did were often tight-lipped about it, so few people knew the details. Naturally, Bian Quang wasn't very clear on it either. All she knew was that in the end, the convoy had changed its route and taken the mountain road. She didn't know if it was because of this incident, but the matter of the brandy-nosed man vowing to kick her out of the convoy was never mentioned again. She rested her head on the window frame, her eyes staring into the darkness, her ears listening for any sound in the night. She didn't hear the horns signaling the return of the expedition, but she did spot a sneaky figure. The figure tiptoed around, looking left and right. His face was a mess of lumps, like some monster that had crawled out from nowhere. He was particularly creepy in the dark. Anyone who saw him would be scared half to death. Bian Changxi watched as he crept closer, checking license plates, getting nearer and nearer to her truck. "Zhang Yuwen, what are you doing?" she asked abruptly. The figure, now just a meter away, seemed to jump in fright. He looked at her with surprise and delight. "Changxi, you're still awake. That's great. I really have nowhere to stay, and it's so cold at night. Can you let me stay here for one night?" The stench of rot and bad breath drifted over with the wind. Bian Changxi's stomach churned, and goosebumps erupted on her skin. It wasn't that she hadn't smelled worse things, but when the odor came from a living person, an annoying living person at that, it was especially nauseating. She pushed the truck door open, knocking him back a few steps, then closed it again. "Stay away. How did you get in here? Where's the administrator? Don't you know you'll be punished for wandering around at night?" According to the convoy's rules, no one was allowed to wander about at night. Danger could strike at any moment, and it was easier to manage and protect everyone if they stayed in their designated areas. This rule didn't apply to the strong, but for ordinary people like Zhang Yuwen, it was strictly forbidden. Zhang Yuwen said ignorantly, "I didn't know. I just walked in." "Changxi, is there still an empty spot in your truck?" "I know there is. Please let me in, I'm really freezing to death." Bian Changxi shouted, "Administrator! Administrator!" People nearby were woken up. The administrator arrived belatedly, but it wasn't Yang Xiaowen. It was the man. "What's the matter?" Wailing like a ghost in the middle of the night. He was wearing a coat and yawning. Bian Changxi's face was grim. "Someone from another area has snuck in." "I didn't sneak in. I'm her boyfriend. She told me to come over secretly tonight." The awakened people were stunned. They looked over with strange expressions. This kind of behavior was really. They had no light source, so they couldn't see what this boyfriend looked like. They just felt that Bian Changxi, who usually seemed so cool and detached, couldn't have been that lonely. Zhang Yuwen smugly stuck his head forward. "Let me in the truck, or I might lose control and say some unpleasant things. It won't look good for you." This was where his judgment was flawed. The Bian Changxi in his memory was a quiet person. Although she could be wild on the surface, she was actually thin-skinned and unwilling to air her private matters in public. He knew her personality had changed, but one's perception of another always carried a certain inertia. He thought that even if Bian Changxi was angry now, she would argue with him in private. It was fine if he didn't get in the truck, as long as they were close, as long as it was away from prying eyes. Bang! Bian Changxi violently shoved the door open again, this time with much more force and speed. Zhang Yuwen stumbled back several steps. Bian Changxi got out, kicked him to the ground, and with a flick of her wrist, a flashlight illuminated his face. She stepped on his chest and said with disgust, "Who are you? With a face like that, even your own parents probably wouldn't recognize you." "My boyfriend. Am I crazy enough to find a pig-headed guy like you?" Zhang Yuwen was both ashamed and furious, struggling to breathe. He tried to get up but found Bian Changxi's foot surprisingly strong. He yelled, "Bian Changxi, you can't just deny it. You said you were a wood element user, and healing me would be a piece of cake. Why else would I have come? I haven't been looking for you these past few days because I was afraid of being a burden to you. But you gave me hope just to humiliate me. HMPH. Keep making things up." She suddenly noticed a hard object at his waist. It felt strange. Just as she was about to kick it out, a flash of panic crossed Zhang Yuwen's eyes. Taking advantage of the momentary lapse in her strength, he suddenly leaped up, grabbed the object, and lunged at her. "You can't abandon me." Seeing that things were going south, Bian Changxi retreated several steps, grabbing the hand he was thrusting toward her waist, which looked as if he were trying to hug her. He was indeed holding a black device, though she couldn't tell what it was at the moment. Caught red-handed, Zhang Yuwen threw all caution to the wind. His expression turned vicious, and with a twist of his wrist, he broke free from her grasp and brought the object down on her head. Zhang Yuwen had some training. Although it was mostly for show, it wasn't completely useless. Because Bian Changxi hadn't used her full strength, he had managed to slip away with a clever move. Not knowing what he was holding, she didn't dare to meet the attack head-on. Zhang Yuwen seemed to press a button, and several hair-thin electric arcs silently flashed from the tip of the device in his hand. A taser. Bian Changxi leaned back, watching as the arc swept past her eyes. Zhang Yuwen retracted his hand and swung again. With lightning speed, she grabbed his wrist, used her other hand to pinch the crook of his elbow, and with a twist, pressed the tip of the device under his own chin. The change was too fast. Zhang Yuwen didn't even have time to release the button before a continuous current coursed through his body. He convulsed violently, and with a series of crackling sounds, a faint smell of burnt flesh filled the air. As soon as Bian Changxi let go, Zhang Yuwen fell to the ground, stiff as a board, his eyes and mouth twisted in a grotesque expression. The people who witnessed this scene were all stunned. Zhang Bubai ran out from his simple tent. "Miss Bian, this person." This person was carrying a weapon with malicious intent. "He might have been planning to rob people," Bian Changxi said, turning to the dumbfounded male administrator. "Aren't you going to report this?" He opened his mouth, then sheepishly called two people over to drag the man away. Bian Changxi stopped them. "No need. I'll watch him myself until this matter is cleared up." "That's against the rules." "You're so concerned about the rules, yet you let someone like this in. I'm starting to suspect you're in on it together." The administrator pointed a finger at her nose. "You can't just say things like that." But he felt guilty. He had indeed pulled some strings to let this man in. Or rather, Yang Xiaowen had persuaded him to. With her fragrant breath and flirtatious glances, who could refuse the beauty's request? He figured since they were a couple, what harm could it do to let him in? Besides, didn't this Bian Changxi have a record of running around in the middle of the night herself? Who knew something like this would happen? With Bian Changxi making a scene, it was impossible to sweep this under the rug. Just as he was struggling with what to do, several soldiers arrived, heading straight for Bian Changxi. "Miss Bian, the condition of some of the wounded from today has worsened. The medical team is at a loss. Could you please come and take a look?" Bian Changxi glanced at them. They were strangers. That was right. The people she had been working with these past few days were all unfamiliar faces, as if they were afraid she would build her own social network. She tapped her foot. "Someone wanted to kick me out of the convoy today. I'm no longer part of the medical team. You should find someone else." Wei Xiaodong popped out from somewhere. "I'll go. Ask me, I'm no worse than her." She brandished the green crystal core in her hand. The soldiers didn't even look at her. They turned to Bian Changxi with troubled expressions. "We're not sure what happened today, but that commander has already been disciplined. We promise no one will give you a hard time again, Miss Bian. Lives are at stake, please help us." Bian Changxi picked at her nails. Well, her nails were too short to pick. She said to Zhang Bubai, "Get a rope and tie this man up. Don't let anyone take him away before I get back." "Let's go." "That's great. Thank you so much." The soldiers expressed their gratitude and led the way. The wounded have been moved to a quieter place. Miss Bian might not know the way. On the road, they ran into Shadow. "I heard you were attacked. I was about to go check." "Where are you?" "Someone's dying," Bian Changxi said irritably. These people only knew how to be polite to her when someone was on their deathbed. "I'm fine. You can go back." Gushu, Xiaoyun, and Xiaofeng had all gone to Longyue Town and hadn't returned yet. Shadow had stayed behind to look after Wu Dalang. If he left, the bedridden Wu Dalang would be in danger. "Old Wu has Anan and the others with him," Shadow said, his cold gaze sweeping over the soldiers. His imposing aura made them feel a bit breathless, and they all lowered their heads. Seeing nothing amiss, Shadow said, "Then I'll head back." He turned and left, but a small creature that had come with him refused to go, plopping on the ground and looking at Bian Changxi with a woof. Every step she took, it would crawl 2 steps after her. Bian Changxi turned around angrily. "Why aren't you going back? What are you following me for?" "Whimper." Milk wagged his tail, looking at her while licking the fur on his paws. He looked just like a wronged little wife. One of the soldiers couldn't help but remind her, "Miss Bian, let's get a move on." "They're waiting." Seeing that Shadow was already far away, Bian Changxi ignored Milk and pretended he didn't exist. After walking for a while, they passed the dairy farm. It was the first time Bian Changxi had seen it clearly. It was very large. Lights were on inside, and it seemed like they were slaughtering cattle. The miserable cries of the cows mixed with the sounds of human arguments, creating a chaotic scene. Suddenly, something happened. She vaguely saw the cattle stampeding, and someone shouted, "Run, run." Although she found it strange, she wasn't in the mood for gossip. She followed the soldiers to a cluster of tents set up on the edge of the wilderness. This place was close to the wild forest, which wasn't an ideal location for a camp, but it was indeed quiet. Bian Changxi entered the tent and found that several of the wounded were indeed on the verge of death. There were also a few who were critically ill with high fevers. The weather was scorching hot during the day and freezing cold at night. This drastic change in temperature was killing hundreds of people every day. But she couldn't just let people die in front of her. She sighed inwardly and began the treatment. As usual, she didn't heal them completely. She just stabilized their conditions so they wouldn't die immediately. The remaining wood element users and medical staff could handle the rest. After treating 7 or 8 people in a row, she had used up half of her energy. Bian Changxi was sweating slightly. "They're stable for now." As she spoke, she suddenly noticed the lamplight flicker, and she heard an extremely faint whoosh of air behind her. Her heart skipped a beat. She quickly dodged to the side. At the same time, she heard a fierce arwoo, and turned to see Milk clawing at a man's face before being swatted away. The man cried out in pain, 6 bloody scratches clearly visible on his face. In his hand was a taser identical to Zhang Yuwen's, and he was standing right behind her. Bian Changxi froze for a moment, recognizing him as the elite man who was always with Boss Zhang. In an instant, 1,000 thoughts flashed through her mind. Boss Zhang must have sent Zhang Yuwen. And her being brought here afterward, was it a deliberate trap they had set, or did they improvise after seeing Zhang Yuwen fail? She turned her head, her gaze following Milk as he fell. "Milk!" Milk hit the ground and convulsed a few times. The fur on his little belly was scorched. He had been badly electrocuted. The elite man was clearly a trained fighter. Seeing that he had lost the element of surprise, he hesitated for only a fraction of a second. As Bian Changxi moved to pick up the little creature, he immediately lunged at her. The attack was fierce and swift. Bian Changxi knew she couldn't deal with him the way she had with Zhang Yuwen. She quickly retracted the foot she had extended toward Milk, leaped backward, and drew her straight blade. The doctor who had been administering an IV drip to a patient suddenly threw down the needle and grabbed Bian Changxi from behind. Bian Changxi kicked him away. The elite man was now right in front of her. She tilted her head, narrowly dodging the electric arcs, and swung her blade at his hand. The elite man quickly withdrew his hand, loosening his grip on the taser. It fell into his left hand, which he then thrust toward Bian Changxi's abdomen. A thick vine appeared out of thin air, instantly twisting into a ball to block the attack. It then wrapped around the elite man's arm, tightening its grip as it coiled. The elite man let out a strange cry and retreated repeatedly. At the same moment, the doctor shouted "Aya!" and charged forward again, a scalpel now in his hand. It was as if Bian Changxi had eyes in the back of her head. She flicked her left hand, and a thinner vine shot out, wrapping around a bottle of saline or something weighing about a pound on the table behind the doctor, and smashed it against the back of his head. With a clang, blood and saline solution splattered from the doctor's head, and he collapsed to the ground. Bian Changxi scooped up milk and rushed out of the tent in a few quick strides. Outside, the soldiers on night patrol and members of the warrior squad were smoking and chatting. The fight inside had happened in an instant. Apart from the two cries from the elite man and the doctor, there had been no other warning. Before these men could even put down their cigarettes, Bian Changxi burst out. She was radiating killing intent. Her delicate and exquisite face was etched with a deep coldness, her fine eyebrows slanted upward, and her eyes shone with an astonishing light. Seeing these men, before they could even react, she whipped out 2 vines. The men were struck across the face, screaming as they fell, spitting out mouthfuls of blood and teeth. Red welts instantly swelled on their cheeks. But there were 2 exceptions. One vine was severed by a flurry of golden blades, while the other was frozen by a layer of crystal-clear ice. The cold energy traveled back along the vine toward Bian Changxi's hand. She quickly let go, and the vine fell heavily to the ground. She took a look and realized she knew these 2 as well. The gold element user was the one who had killed the man turning into a zombie in front of the train station, with a flourish like a street performer. She heard he used to be the captain of a SWAT team. He was part of Xiao Jing's faction, and since Boss Zhang was also with Xiao Jing, his presence here was not surprising. But the other one was worth investigating. It was Agang, one of Chu Nan's men. "Miss Bian, I advise you not to put up a pointless struggle. With the 2 of us and so many others here, you can't escape," the gold element user said. People had quietly appeared from all corners of the camp. Ability users, men in military uniforms, and some unsavory characters. Boss Zhang ran an internet cafe, so of course he had plenty of followers. Besides, his backing was certainly not simple, so it wasn't strange that he could gather such a group. Bian Changxi stroked milk in her arms. He was still breathing, his small belly rising and falling with difficulty. She asked Agang, "Whose idea was it for you to be here?" Agang snorted coldly. "Because of you, Chu Nan sent me to drive and do odd jobs." What a joke. Who does he think he is? A good-for-nothing second-generation heir. I'll make him regret it. As he spoke, 2 ice pillars shot toward Bian Changxi. Bian Changxi slung milk over her shoulder, summoned 4 wooden spikes to block one ice pillar, and shattered the other with her blade. Ice shards hit her in the face and fell into her collar, the cold stinging her skin like needles in the night. The powerful force also pushed her back 2 steps. Agang revealed a triumphant smile, daring to compare her soft wooden spikes to his ice pillars. In his dreams. But he hadn't expected that the 4 wooden spikes seemed to have a mind of their own. They scraped against the ice pillar, forcing its trajectory to change, and it curved to hit one of his own men. The wooden spikes didn't lose their momentum, shooting straight for his head. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured an ice shield in front of him. But he wasn't skilled enough. The 2 ice pillars had been charged for a long time. Otherwise, how could he have launched them instantly like Bian Changxi, as if it were an instant cast spell? The hastily formed ice shield was not very sturdy and was immediately breached. Fortunately, he was also a former Special Forces soldier. He leaned back and managed to dodge the wooden spikes. Even so, he was drenched in his own ice water, chilled to the bone. The gold element user's expression changed slightly. He considered himself the main event, and his attacks were meant to be kill shots. But for dealing with a mere wood element girl and needing to capture her alive, he didn't think he needed to act. Yet, with just one look, he could see that the typically fragile wood element could be wielded with considerable power in this woman's hands. "Everyone attack," he ordered. Bian Changxi pulled out a pistol from her clothes, released the safety, and fired at the charging crowd without blinking. Bang! 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 A group of people immediately fell. "Damn it!" The gold element user cursed. This woman was ruthless, Facing so many people, she opened fire without hesitation. Was this really a woman who was a college student just a dozen days ago? Besides, the gunshots would attract trouble. Many of the fallen were his old subordinates. His face turned black with anger. He raised his hands and strode forward. Suddenly, someone shouted, "We need her alive." "Don't kill her." A car drove over, and Boss Zhang stuck his head out of the window. Bian Changxi glanced up at the sound, then saw the gold element user preparing to get serious. The sharpness of the gold element was unmatched among all abilities. Although he wasn't as strong as her, his golden blades were not to be trifled with. She couldn't withstand them. Retreat. They had blocked the exit. Her only option was to retreat into the wild forest. Just as she moved, a vine suddenly wrapped around her. A woman shouted excitedly, "Look, I got her." Bian Changxi twisted her waist, her blade drawing a circle. Before the woman could even see her face clearly, her head flew off. With a struggle of her arms, the vine snapped. Its toughness was nothing compared to hers, like it was made of tofu. But in the next moment, a shower of yellow sand poured down on her from above. A water element user standing on the periphery, who hadn't dared to get close, saw his chance and was about to release water, preparing to cover Bian Changxi in mud. Milk on Bian Changxi's shoulder seemed to have finally recovered. His small eyes glared, and he leaped up. Using a few people's shoulders as springboards, he zipped over to the water element user in a couple of bounds, scratching and biting until the man screamed in pain. Bian Changxi sent out several vines, whipping them around to force the crowd back. She wiped her face with her arm, got her bearings, and, carrying the headless female corpse, ran toward the forest. She extended a hand toward Milk. "Come here." Milk quickly caught up to her, but instead of jumping into her hand, he ran ahead of her. Whenever someone blocked the way, Bian Changxi would raise her hand and fire a fatal bullet, while all the attacks from behind landed on the female corpse. Running at full speed to the edge of the wild forest, she threw the corpse aside and slipped inside. "Get her!" Boss Zhang shouted from behind, exasperated. The wild forest was dark and gloomy, the ground covered with thorns, vines, weeds, and loose stones. But Bian Changxi believed that since they dared to set up their tents here, this forest must have been checked and deemed safe. She fled, wondering if she should find a chance to enter her space. But the space didn't have a see-through function yet. She couldn't see outside. If she went in, when should she come out? If it was for a short time, she might be caught the moment she reappeared. But if it was for a long time, her sudden reappearance after being missing for so long would be very suspicious. So, it was best not to enter the space unless absolutely necessary. She looked for a path, hoping to circle around in the forest and get out. Boss Zhang couldn't control everything. As long as she reached a crowded area, they wouldn't dare to act so recklessly. The gunshots just now should have already alerted people. Suddenly, a long whoosh sounded behind her. Bian Changxi bent her knees and dove forward. Two golden blades grazed the top of her head and embedded themselves in a tree trunk. In an instant, the forest stirred, and 4 figures emerged. These 4 men were dressed identically. Bulletproof vests, SWAT pants, gun holsters at their waists, police batons in their hands, and even protective headgear. They were fully armed. These 4 were different from the previous group. They were systematic, capable, and gave off the impression of being well-trained and battle-hardened. Bian Changxi pushed off the cold, gravelly ground with both hands and stood up. 4 wooden spikes shot out, aiming for each of the 4 men. Slightly before that, 4 thin vines had already blended in with the ground cover, rapidly extending to wrap around their legs, waiting to tighten. With a flick of her wrists, Bian Changxi was already holding 2 submachine pistols. She switched them to full auto mode and unleashed a torrent of bullets. The submachine pistols were part of the arsenal recovered from under the 4S dealership in the new district. It had taken Bian Changxi several days to become fully proficient in assembling and using them. Normally, it was more efficient and less strenuous to hold such a pistol with both hands, but with enemies on all four sides, one gun couldn't defend against them all. Her only option was a swift and decisive battle. Bullets flew like a flood, but the four men, true to their training, Kamalila and unhurriedly began to evade. The tragedy was, they discovered their feet were entangled. No. Their heads split open like watermelons, or their bodies were torn to shreds. In the blink of an eye, all four were eliminated. Bian Changxi swung the guns around, aiming in the direction the golden blades had come from. The gold element user cursed "fuck" and vanished like a leopard. The people chasing behind him were not so lucky, and several fell in an instant. Bian Changxi picked up her guns and continued to run, her eyes vigilantly scanning her surroundings. The gold element user was gone. Suddenly, she came to a dead stop. A figure descended from the sky, a leg like a club landing exactly where she would have been. The ground there instantly caved in, sending gravel flying. Bian Changxi backpedaled rapidly, firing continuously. An earth shield suddenly appeared out of thin air, and all the bullets hit it, only managing to leave deep pits. The earth shield quickly expanded and thickened, becoming an earth wall. The man behind it let out a great roar, pushing the wall as he ran, bearing down on her. Bian Changxi only retreated 2 steps before realizing she couldn't outrun it. She threw down her guns and instinctively extended her left arm. The moment she braced herself against the earth wall, she was pushed back. Her heel scraped against the rocky ground, drawing blood instantly. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, adjusting her posture. She moved her legs rapidly, actively retreating with the momentum of the earth wall. Stepping on a mound of earth, she planted her right leg back, bracing herself firmly. Her leg was ramrod straight, forming a straight line with her upper body, the optimal posture for bearing force. But the bones in her shoulder and waist were already creaking under the pressure. She was no match for an earth element user in a contest of strength. Her opponent roared again, and the earth wall shattered with a bang. The resulting debris and shockwave rushed toward Bian Changxi. She flicked her left hand, and a vine shot out, hooking onto a tree behind her and pulling her away. As she landed, she raised her pistols again. Just as she was about to fire, a leg suddenly kicked out from the side, striking her wrist from below. The pistol flew high into the air, and she cried out in pain, stumbling away. The boot was as hard as iron, its pointed toe striking her bone with force. Bian Changxi felt as if her entire arm had been struck by lightning, the pain so intense she almost blacked out. Dark spots swam before her eyes. Before she could react, another kick landed on the left side of her chest, sending her tumbling. She fell onto a patch of gravel. The sharp stones beneath her were nothing compared to the pain racking her body. She was in so much pain she could barely make a sound, her mouth hanging open. It took a long moment for her to recover, her body stiffly curling up. A leg pressed against her left shoulder, turning her over. Then it stomped down hard, crushing her already caved-in ribs even further. Amidst the crack of breaking bones, she screamed in agony and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then she began to gasp for air, like someone having an asthma attack. Careful, you've crushed her lung. This great wood element master probably can't save herself. A malicious voice chuckled. Drenched in a cold sweat, Bian Changxi opened her eyes and vaguely made out 2 figures. One stood a little farther away. It was Agang, the one who had kicked her hand. The one stepping on her. It really is. You. This earth element user was none other than Longyue. Tusk, listen to that, she can still talk. A wood element user indeed. Longyue pressed down harder with his foot, sadistically watching Bian Changxi's expression twist in greater pain. I heard you've been looking to cause trouble for me these past few days. Haha, but I've been lying so low you couldn't find a single thing on me. Are you disappointed? He bent down, his eyes wide and menacing. I ended up like this all because of you. I've been thinking about settling this debt with you every single moment. The heavens have eyes. I heard Gu Shu and his gang are finished, and you just had to go and provoke Chu Shangjin. Do you know why we could make such a big move this time? He gave his tacit approval. All I can say is, you're too stupid. Blood continuously trickled from the corner of Bian Changxi's mouth, smearing half her face. The blood traced a path under her eye, making it look as if it were flowing from her eye socket, which only made her eyes burn brighter, as if about to ignite. Her hand trembled as she reached out and grabbed his pant leg. Trying to bite me. Let me tell you. Ah. He staggered back and fell on his butt, blood pouring from his heel. His entire leg was shaking, as if it were crippled. The Achilles tendon in his right heel had been severed. A person needs their Achilles tendon to stand. He couldn't get up. He roared in fury, I'll kill you. Just as he raised his hand, a black shadow flashed before his eyes, and one of his eyes instantly vanished. He froze for a moment, then let out a blood-curdling scream. The black shadow landed on the ground. It was a brown, mouse-like creature. An eyeball was impaled on its claw. It glanced at it as if disgusted and quickly shook it off, then sprang toward Liao Meng again. This turn of events stunned Bian Changxi for a moment. Then she immediately adjusted her strategy, her eyes locking onto Gang. Gang was still staring blankly at the creature when a strong sense of crisis washed over him. Acting on pure instinct, he dodged to the side. A bullet grazed his left arm, and blood spurted out. Bian Changxi fired another shot at him, but the barrel of the gun flew up. The powerful recoil was too much for her weakened muscles to handle. Her right arm was useless, and though her left arm was intact, the muscles in her shoulder and chest could barely exert any force. The now alert Gang was no longer an easy target. She abandoned the gun and, leaning against a tree, managed to stand up and send out a flurry of thin vines. Among the thin vines were one or two sharp, cunning wooden spikes. Gang, entangled, roared in anger and retaliated with two ice spikes. Bian Changxi bent her body, and the ice spikes embedded themselves in the tree trunk. Gang grew even angrier and charged forward, ignoring his injuries. A glint flashed in Bian Changxi's eyes, and a stream of water gushed toward him. He was shocked. You're also a water element user. I'm also a lightning element user. The taser she had taken from Zhang Yuwen appeared in her hand. She pressed the button, and the water conducted the electricity. Gang, on the other end, immediately began to convulse as if having a seizure. But he was, after all, a former Special Forces soldier and an ability user. He still had some mobility. Gritting his teeth, he escaped the stream of water. Shaking uncontrollably, he looked at Bian Changxi in shock. He hadn't seen the taser, so in his eyes, Bian Changxi had become a terrifying figure. Without much thought, he casually threw a few ice spikes and turned to flee. He would probably regret not looking back. Against his casual and therefore erratic ice spikes, Bian Changxi, who was already relying on the tree trunk to stay upright, couldn't dodge them all. She avoided most, but one pierced her abdomen and she slumped against the tree. A sharp ice spike was definitely a deadly weapon, and it carried a terrifying chill that could instantly freeze any flesh or organs it touched. She sucked in a breath, gripped the ice spike, and pulled it out. The hole in her abdomen barely bled. It was all frozen, and it couldn't heal. Bian Changxi wanted to cry from the pain. Biting her lip, she stuffed some gauze into the wound, then wrapped the remaining gauze around her waist several times, tying it tightly with one hand. Meanwhile, Liao Meng let out a sudden roar. Milk was frantically scratching, clawing, and biting his face. No matter what he did, he couldn't get the creature off. In his desperation, he also took out a taser and jabbed it at Milk's body. Crackle, the sound was piercingly awful, but Milk refused to let go. Only after gouging out Liao Meng's other eye did he finally fall off. This time, he was charred beyond recognition. He didn't even twitch, just slowly emitted smoke, like a low-quality coal briquette. Milk! Bian Changxi's eyes turned red. Liao Meng had gone insane. His head and face were covered in blood, not a single patch of skin left intact. He looked like a faceless demon, sprawled on the ground, frantically smashing clumps of earth everywhere. This. A group of people finally caught up. Someone vaguely recognized Liao Meng. Old Liu. Kill it. Kill it. Liao Meng shrieked. The men thought he meant to kill Bian Changxi. The thought that this seemingly delicate woman could reduce a big man like Liao Meng to such a miserable state filled them with shock and fear. They raised their guns at Bian Changxi. But Bian Changxi didn't see any of this. She stared at the blackened lump that was once the size of a basketball, now charred to the size of 2 shot puts. Her blood-streaked face twisted, her eyes grew redder, and a grinding sound came from her teeth as if she were crushing them. All of you will die. All of you will die. She violently clenched the crystal core in her hand, the Tier 3 crystal core. Bang! 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 Where the men stood, thick, eerily green vines as thick as an adult's wrist shot up from the ground. Even more terrifying, a red line in the center of each vine glowed brightly, casting a bloody haze over the surroundings. The vines wrapped around the men in a frenzy. Some of the weaker ones were instantly crushed, their blood and brains squeezed out before they could even scream. Some were bound into long, thin cocoons, their bodies twisted into unnatural shapes. Liao Meng was torn to shreds by 3 vines in the blink of an eye. In her past life, Bian Changxi had reached the late stage of Tier 6. When a Tier 6 expert was enraged, even if they could only exert the power of a Tier 3, they could still cause a river of blood. Bian Changxi's consciousness was suddenly thrown into a void. She couldn't hear any of the sounds around her. Before her was a deep, eternal darkness and silence. Yet she could see the gushing blood, see the splattering flesh. She could feel the wind blow, the moonlight, the trees sway, the leaves fall. She could sense an ant burrowing in the soil, a dewdrop resting on a blade of grass. All the plants rooted in the earth, some danced with joy, others wept in sorrow. They stretched, they withered, they gathered their strength, they underwent painful transformations. Countless tiny, fragmented sounds slowly rose, converging into a single mass, like yellow fluorescent light blooming bit by bit in extreme darkness. She felt the wood element energy within her body spontaneously extend outward, intertwining, merging, and caressing those fluorescent lights, then separating again, extending far, far away. She saw a figure being twisted and crushed by the vines. She saw several people farther away, retreating in terror. A few blades of wild grass suddenly sprang up from their coiled state, whipping against their legs. She was surprised for a moment, but she couldn't think. The energy was still extending. She caught sight of a figure fleeing in panic. It was Gang. Get back here. She commanded in her mind, and a thicket of thorns shifted to trip him. He fell. The energy continued to spread. There were still people around, many people. A figure rushed over at high speed. Who was it? Just as she tried to zoom in her vision, the person abruptly raised a gun. Bang! 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 The muzzle flashes pierced the darkness. The few people here who hadn't been attacked by the vines screamed and fell. Then came an exchange of fire. A buzzing sound filled Bian Changxi's head, and she snapped back to reality. Her vision brightened for a moment, then instantly dimmed. She felt completely hollowed out, and a spurt of blood erupted from her mouth. She collapsed to the ground, clutching her head. Her entire body ached, with sharp pains flaring up here and there. She didn't know if she had been shot or hit by flying debris. Then the gunfire ceased. A person rushed over like the wind and carefully helped her up. Miss Bian. It was Shadow. Shadow had noticed that Milk hadn't followed him back and had a bad feeling. He came back to check, only to hear gunshots and see a fierce battle from a distance. Then he saw Bian Changxi rush into the wild forest, so he followed her in from another direction. Bian Changxi opened her eyes. Before her was a thick fog, so dense she could barely see anything. Shadow quickly said, "I release the fog. They still have a lot of people. We need to leave immediately." She tried to tug on his sleeve but couldn't. She couldn't lift her hand. "Milk." Her voice was extremely hoarse and weak, almost inaudible. Shadow heard her. He paused, then understood and looked down to search. The dense fog didn't affect him. He found the black, charcoal-like lump that resembled a mouse and held it up. "Is this it?" Bian Changxi took it with her left arm. The moment Milk touched her body, he vanished. She had put him in her space, not even hesitating to do it in front of Shadow. A glint flashed in Shadow's eyes, but he said nothing. Just as he was about to help her up, his expression sharpened, and he raised his hand and fired 2 shots. 2 muffled grunts were heard from within the fog, followed by the sound of 2 bodies hitting the ground. He immediately pulled Bian Changxi behind a tree. The next moment, the spot where they had been was riddled with bullets. Bian Changxi let out a pained groan. Shadow quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "Don't worry. Just go." She kept sliding down. Shadow quickly supported her, shocked to find her body freezing cold, as if she had just been pulled out of an ice cellar, and it was getting colder. He saw that her face was covered in blood. Her left shoulder was caved in and mangled, her right wrist was severely swollen, and her hand was twisted at an unnatural angle. Her body was covered in countless wounds. His heart clenched. He carefully lifted her onto his back. "Hang on, I'll get you out of here." He ran a few steps, but people were catching up from behind. "After them. After them." It was the voice of the gold element user. Shadow turned, firing his gun as he ran backward. With Bian Changxi on his back, he didn't dare expose his back to them. Click. The magazine was empty. Shadow frowned and threw the gun away. Unlike Bian Changxi, he didn't have a space. He had only brought 2 guns with him tonight, and both were empty. He pulled out his personal blades, and while fleeing, would throw them when necessary. He was even more lethal and efficient with blades than with a gun. The blades seemed to have a mind of their own, capable of curving in midair, always accurately hitting the people hiding behind trees. A slash to the eye, a slice to the throat. He was like an ancient assassin moving through the night, ghostly and ruthless in the fog, mercilessly reaping one life after another. Bian Changxi weakly clutched the crystal core. She had lost too much blood. Her body was cold, and her hands and eyelids were too heavy to lift. She felt like she was going into shock, like she was dying. She thought of Gushu. He had lost so much blood back then, but had acted as if nothing had happened. If she survived this, she had to ask him for tips on how he managed to be so incredible. Right now, she couldn't even absorb the energy from the crystal core. That's right, she had overdrawn her ability. This time, it was a severe overdraft. Her body was completely empty. She was finished. She wanted to pat Shadow, to tell him to put her down. There was no point in escaping. She just wanted to go into her space and sleep, to ignore everything. Shadow suddenly stopped. "Listen. Something's coming." She forced herself to concentrate and heard hissing and slithering sounds. The ground trembled slightly, and a faint, fishy stench filled the air. She moved her lips. "A mew. Tant snake." And it was a huge one. Hadn't those guys checked and said there was nothing here? It was the smell of blood. The smell of blood had attracted it. Shadow's face was tense. He ran silently, Bian Changxi feeling as light as a feather on his back. If he weren't afraid of jostling her, he could run even faster. Bian Changxi pursed her lips, pushing aside her negative thoughts. She tried to muster all her strength and focus on healing her injuries. Every little bit of recovery counted. Suddenly, the people behind them screamed. Bian Changxi struggled to turn her head and saw a pair of huge, blood-red pupils glowing like lanterns in the fog. The snake opened its mouth, snatched a person's head, and swallowed it whole. She suddenly remembered a text she had learned in her childhood, something about Li Jai slaying a serpent. This was the first time she had seen a mutant snake since her rebirth. She didn't know if it was because of the current gap in their strength, her severe injuries, or the fact that in the last few years of her previous life, she had rarely gone out due to her damaged ability and work requirements. This giant snake gave her an intense sense of oppression. The foul stench from its mouth was as unbearable as Zhang Yuwen's bad breath. The tightness in her chest worsened, and blood surged within her. Every beat of her heart was painful. She wondered if a broken rib had pierced something. Suddenly, the mutant snake turned its head, its cold gaze locking onto them. It had obviously discovered that the scent of the two ability users here was more appealing, more attractive. Its body moved, slithering toward them. Not good. The ferocious head, the massive body dripping with thick juices, the aura of decay and rot. It burst forth with an unstoppable momentum, crashing through trees and clearing a path. Shadow weaved through the wild forest, forced farther and farther from the edge. He leaped forward, landing at the bottom of a small slope. He hid Bian Changxi under a tree and took the straight blade from her. "Don't come out." Bian Changxi grabbed his hand, finally managing to get a grip this time. She gasped for breath. Mist Element, aim for its eyes. Shadow paused, nodded, then turned and jumped back. Just then the snake caught up, opened its massive maw, and its forked tongue shot out toward him. Its head was half the size of a person, and when its mouth opened, it was like a black hole swirling with a foul wind. Shadow leaped nimbly, firing the submachine pistol's bullets into its mouth, causing the mutant snake to rear up in pain. Seizing the opportunity, he used a tree branch as a springboard, leaped into the air, and sliced off its tongue. Hiss, the mutant snake shrieked wildly, blood, juices, and venom from its fangs spewing from its severed tongue. Shadow landed and ran a few steps, getting behind the giant snake to another tree. He scrambled up it like a monkey, grabbed a branch, and swung himself onto it. The mutant snake, enraged, turned its head and rammed into the tree. Shadow jumped down and scrambled up another tree farther away, truly living up to the phrase jumping up and down. The mutant snake was led farther and farther away. Seeing his chance, Shadow threw 2 condensed balls of white mist at the snake's large eyes. Fearing it wouldn't be effective enough, he added his last 2 blades to the mist balls. The mutant snake instantly reacted, as if splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid. It began to thrash wildly on the ground, letting out piercing shrieks. Its powerful tail swung frantically, snapping any trees it hit in half. Shadow had a head start. The moment he saw things go wrong, he turned and ran. But he was unfortunately struck by the tail and sent flying, tumbling several times. The clothes and a large patch of skin on his back were gone. The snake's viscous fluid seeped into his flesh, and his whole body sizzled, emitting smoke. "Ah!" He grunted through gritted teeth, but his voice was immediately drowned out by a chorus of screams. He had deliberately led the mutant snake toward the gold element user and the others. He endured the pain and glanced back, his feet moving like they were powered by a motor as he ran back. But when he reached the small slope, he stopped. 3 people now stood in front of Bian Changxi. The elite man and Agang were pointing their guns at her. Agang, drenched and looking exceptionally wretched, gritted his teeth and said, "This woman played me. I'll cripple her." He had only learned about the taser from Boss Zhang. No wonder she had so many abilities. The elite man disagreed. "Wait until Boss Zhang finishes his business first." And Boss Zhang was right there, panting, having just arrived. Seeing Shadow, both men pointed their guns at him. "Don't come any closer." Agang fired a shot directly, forcing Shadow to his knees. His eyes gleamed with excitement. "You're one of Gushu's teammates, huh? Haha, he's so amazing. He embarrassed me the very first time we met." Later, Chu Nan treated him with such respect, while I was just one of Chu Nan's servants, having to bow before him. It was so humiliating. To think that one of his people is about to die in front of me, and another is kneeling to me, haha. Bian Changxi lifted her eyes slightly. This man had gone mad. She never would have thought that someone who looked so normal could be so twisted inside. With that one glance, she saw the sizzling on Shadow's back and smelled the strange odor. She understood immediately. In the end, she had dragged him into this. Go, she said, her voice weak but sincere. Find someone. Avenge me. She managed a small smile. I know. Someone like him, who can't even freeze the floor, is no match for you. Shadow acted as if he hadn't heard her, his eyes glaring at Agang. The mention of his past humiliation made Agang roar, ah. And he shouted in a rage, what do you mean I can't freeze anything? Go. Easy for you to say. Let's see how you're going to leave. Bian Changxi chuckled, her tone full of sarcasm. But as she laughed, she started coughing uncontrollably. Each cough felt like her body was being torn apart, so she desperately tried to hold it in. Agang became even more furious. He strode over to Shadow and grabbed his head. Boss Zhang shouted, don't fall for it. She's provoking you. Bian Changxi wasn't actually trying to provoke him. She was telling the truth. Telling Shadow to leave was a sincere gesture, and mocking Agang was simply her way of ridiculing the man before she died. She truly looked down on him. However, her words had an unintended effect. Shadow had been waiting for the exact moment Agang showed a weakness. He could feel the flesh on his back melting as the toxin seeped in, making his body stiff and heavy. Agang's previous shot hadn't actually hit him. Shadow had skillfully shifted his position and feigned being struck just to make the man lower his guard. He had to take these three down while he still had the strength. He lowered his head slightly, gathering power in his hands for a decisive strike. Agang was also from the military, a former special ops soldier, but there were levels to such things. To Shadow, the man was full of openings. Even though Shadow was unarmed and weakened, he still had the upper hand in terms of skill. 1 step, 2 steps. Agang approached. The moment his hand reached for Shadow's hair, Shadow exploded into motion. He twisted Agang's arm, leaped up, and slammed his knee hard into the man's abdomen. Cracked. Agang's shoulder was instantly shattered, and his abdomen caved in. He couldn't even scream. Shadow snapped his head forward and upward, catching Agang's jaw and knocking it out of alignment. Agang's head jerked back as a spray of blood erupted from his mouth like a macabre flower. Shadow released his arm, intending to snap his neck next, but the elite man suddenly opened fire. Shadow threw himself back. Everything happened in a flash. Bian Changxi froze for a split second before shouting without thinking, condensed the mist into a blade. Cough, cough. Agang wasn't a complete pushover. The 2 previous blows weren't fatal. He reacted immediately, lunging forward to pin Shadow down. Hearing Bian Changxi's shout, Shadow's movements hesitated for half a beat. In the next instant, a thick layer of ice swept down from above, covering him. He was frozen solid in a strange posture, turned into an ice statue. Agang laughed maniacally. Haha. That's what you get for looking down on me. That's for the sneak attack, his words cut off abruptly. A streak of white light flashed across his throat. It zipped through the air and thudded into a tree trunk, a thin, white curved blade. It then dissolved into a faint mist and vanished. A thin red line appeared on Agang's throat. A moment later, the line burst open. Blood sprayed out with such force that it seemed to push his head back. His head tilted all the way back, looking as if it were about to fall off. But it didn't. A small patch of skin at the back of his neck held the skull in place, leaving it dangling. The inverted head swayed twice. His wide-open eyes seemed to quiver, filled with utter disbelief. Boss Zhang and the elite man stared, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. They couldn't even comprehend what had just happened. Wasn't Shadow at a disadvantage? How did the tables turn so instantly? A chill swept through the elite man's heart. He looked at Shadow's outstretched hands. His fingertips were frozen in place, but they hadn't been completely immobilized. Before he could say or do anything, he felt a sensation at his throat, first cold, then hot. He reached up instinctively to touch it. Seeing the blood on his hand, his face twisted in terror, and he collapsed backward. His death wasn't as gruesome as Gang's. The mist blade had sliced through Gang's neck first, and by the time it reached the elite man, it was at the end of its momentum. Boss Zhang began to scream. He couldn't keep up with this terrifying level of combat. He pulled out his pistol, waving it around frantically in a futile attempt to defend himself. Bian Changxi was also stunned. She stared blankly at Boss Zhang before suddenly shouting, "Watch your back." It was strange. Why was she warning him? It made no sense, but Boss Zhang didn't stop to think. He spun around in a panic, and a second later, a bullet struck him in the back. He collapsed instantly. Bian Changxi held a standard pistol in her left hand, her right hand supporting it. Both hands were shaking as if she were having a seizure, yet she had somehow landed the shot. She kept the gun pointed at him until she was sure he could only groan and couldn't get back up. Then she began to crawl toward the frozen shadow. He was up on a small slope, and she couldn't quite make it. She managed to poke her head up and grab onto him slightly, only to slide back down. The slippery ice statue slid down with her, narrowly missing her. She quickly pulled out a small hatchet and began carefully tapping at the ice around his head. Fortunately, the ice wasn't thick, and the warmth of Gang's blood had helped melt some of it. She soon cracked the ice away from Shadow's face, revealing his unconscious, bruised features. "Shadow." She patted his face and frantically checked for a pulse. He was still breathing. Thank God, she thought. She tried to channel some energy into him, but with a poof, the Tier 3 crystal core in her hand turned into a pile of dust. She hurriedly swapped it for her last Tier 2 core, only to find she couldn't absorb even a drop of energy. No matter how hard she tried or held her breath, the crystal core remained inert. The last trace of energy in her body was stagnant. She froze there, her hand sliding off the ice. Her mouth hung open as she lowered her head, her entire body filled with a sense of powerlessness. It felt like the end of the road. She looked at her wounds, the powdered Tier 3 core, and her body, which wouldn't stop shaking from overdrawing her ability. Her cold, resentful gaze slowly shifted toward Boss Zhang, the man responsible for all of this. She stood up unsteadily. Boss Zhang had managed to roll from his face onto his side, struggling to get up. Strangely, though the bullet wound didn't hurt much and wasn't bleeding heavily, he had lost control of his limbs. Bian Changxi walked over and looked down at him, letting out a dry chuckle. "Aren't you something? I underestimated you. I should have killed you long ago." Boss Zhang's lips trembled as he glared at her. "What I failed to do, someone else will finish. Just you wait. No, you're almost finished too." "Haha. Come to hell with me." Bian Changxi's lips curled. A syringe suddenly appeared in her hand. Boss Zhang's eyes widened. "Spatial ability. You actually..." Bian Changxi glanced at him with pity. "It seems the person who sent you didn't explain things clearly." Coughed. "This isn't a spatial ability. It's a," she paused to think, "special power. Does it have to do with the jade bracelet? Tell me who sent you." Boss Zhang immediately shut his mouth. Bian Changxi held the syringe between her fingers, shaking it slightly. Her voice was low and strained. "Do you know what this is? I'm 90% sure it's a truth serum. I haven't used it yet. You can be my test subject." She had found this syringe in the 4S shop's basement. She hadn't known what it was at first, but she knew Gushu had something similar. Based on a line of English on the box, she guessed it was for interrogations. Boss Zhang was clearly panicked. "Don't try to bluff me. If you had something like that, you would have used it already." Without a word, Bian Changxi plunged the needle in. Boss Zhang's body stiffened, and then he began to struggle, convulse, and scream. "Aleg. I'll talk. I'll talk." It was Sun Bochun. "Sun Bochun sent me. Save me. Save me. Sun Bochun." Not Zhu Yunhwa. Who is he? It wasn't Zhu Yunhwa. Who is Zhu Yunhwa? Boss Zhang screamed. Unable to move his limbs, he slammed his head against the ground. He was in so much pain that snot, tears, and urine leaked out. Oh, I remember now. There is such a person. He's my employer's rival. My employer hired our company to ruin his business. Aleg. It hurts. I can't take it. I really don't know what it has to do with him. Brother Sun told me to do it. Let me go, it has nothing to do with me. Suddenly, he began to foam at the mouth and convulse violently. His body went rigid, and he died with his eyes wide open. Bian Changxi stared blankly for a long time. Her body went limp, and she slumped to the ground, eventually lying flat on her back. She lay there spread-eagled, staring vacantly at the night sky above the forest. Sunbuchun. The name sounded vaguely familiar. He really was Zhu Yunhwa's rival before the apocalypse, but why him? Why this random person? Suddenly, she laughed at herself. She didn't even know if she would survive. Why was she worrying about this? Right call for help. She finally remembered. She pulled the earpiece from her space, but the fingers on her left hand wouldn't close. The earpiece sat in her palm, but she couldn't reach it. Hess, I really have no strength left. Even if she called for help, Gu Shu was probably still in Longyue Town. She closed her eyes wearily. Hiss, hiss, a strange, raspy sound echoed, accompanied by the sound of something long dragging across the ground. The air filled with that specific, foul stench. Bian Changxi's heart skipped a beat. She opened her eyes and looked up. A pair of massive, blood-red eyes peeked through the gaps in the trees. The mist shadow had released had dissipated. Her vision was blurry, but she still recognized the mutant snake. How was this thing not dead yet? She gave a bitter smile. Is heaven determined to kill me? The smile froze on her face. Her lips twitched. No, she couldn't die in a snake's belly. There was nothing more disgusting than that. She could still enter her space, but shadow. She gritted her teeth and used every ounce of strength to roll over. But then, she really was out of energy. She was still several meters away from shadow. She wanted to cry, but no tears came. The snake's head appeared over the small slope. A massive head, thick with foul saliva and heavy, raspy breathing. Bian Changxi was frozen with terror, staring at it in despair. How big was this snake? With one lunge, it could swallow Shadow whole. She even wondered if she should retreat into her space after Shadow was eaten. It felt disloyal, but being eaten by a snake. Hey. Her head was swimming with chaotic thoughts. Looking into the mutant snake's wide-open maw, she vaguely noticed a dark mass. Was that a human head? And the lumps in the snake's belly, what were those? Her stomach churned, and her hair stood on end. Suddenly, there was movement outside the woods. Nobody move. Search the area. They all ran into the woods. That sounded like Wei Xiaodong's voice. Then, a large group of people rushed in. Shadow. Miss Bian Changxi's spirits lifted. It was the rescue team. She bared her teeth at the mutant snake. Go. Get lost. The mutant snake seemed to hesitate for a moment before actually turning its stiff body and slithering away. Bian Changxi realized it must be suffering from indigestion. Look at how slowly it was crawling. She gasped for air as darkness began to consume her vision. In her haze, she thought she heard Gu Shu's voice, but she was too tired, too cold, and couldn't even lift her eyelids. She felt as if she had arrived in a very warm, comfortable place. A gentle breeze brushed against her face, and sunlight warmed her skin. She closed her eyes and fell into a deep, reckless sleep. She didn't know that a second after she lost consciousness, the indigestible mutant snake had its head blown apart by a scorching fireball. A man charged into the woods and found Shadow lying on the ground. Shadow. Shadow. He pressed his palms against the ice, releasing warm flames that enveloped Shadow. Within seconds, the ice melted into water. Shadow remained in a stiff posture, but was warmed awake. Seeing the man before him, he croaked Cap. Tain. Bian. Bian. His tongue was stiff. Gu Shu looked around, but only found 3 corpses. Bian Changxi was nowhere to be seen. Where is Changxi? Where is she? Shadow's eyes darted around. He forced himself up with his last bit of strength, but found nothing. She was right here just now. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious, so he couldn't judge what had happened afterward. Suddenly, he looked at the mutant snake. It hadn't slithered far. Its headless corpse had a massively distended belly, filled with nauseating lumps. Gu Shu followed his gaze, his sharp eyes widening. Number. He bolted upright, nearly slipping. His face and body were covered in dried black blood, making him look terrifying. He gripped the straight blade he had picked up, the one Bian Changxi had dropped. After a moment of paralysis, he dashed up the slope and leaped toward the mutant beast. With one strike, he hacked off the remains of its head, and with another, he sliced open its belly. Squelch. A body covered in slime tumbled out. The features were still recognizable. It was the captain of the armed police squad, the metal element user. But he was as dead as could be. Gu Shu's hands began to shake violently. He didn't know the full story. He didn't know if Bian Changxi had been eaten, but she shouldn't have been eaten before this metal element man. He simply stared with a terrifying gaze at the next lump in the snake's belly. When Xiao Feng arrived with the rest of the men, he saw Gu Shu gore-splattered and frantically dissecting the snake. He looked at Shadow, then at the 3 corpses of Boss Zhang and his men, and then at the snake. He understood instantly, his eyes filling with disbelief. He ordered men to tend to Shadow while he ran to Gu Shu's side. By then, the second lump had rolled out. It was also human-shaped, but one could only tell it was male from the skeleton. The snake's gastric juices had already corroded the body beyond recognition. Even Xiao Feng felt bile rising in his throat. The others were speechless, some turning away to vomit uncontrollably. Shu, stop. Gu Shu didn't seem to hear him. He brought the blade down again, slicing a long gash in the snake's hide. The acidic fluid splashed onto him, hissing as they burned his skin. The straight blade was already warping from the corrosion. Xiao Feng turned pale with alarm and lunged forward to stop him. Stop cutting. It's not her. It can't be her. Have you asked Shadow? What did he say? Shadow was unconscious. He's spitting up black blood. The skin on his back is rotten. Panic erupted on that side. Seeing Gu Shu staring at the various lumps of flesh with bloodshot eyes and a cold, haunted expression, looking like a man possessed, Xiao Feng felt a surge of dread. He forcefully dragged Gu Shu back several steps. Calm down. The woods are huge. Have you searched everywhere? Why are you so set on digging through a snake's belly? He then shouted to the others, go find her. Now. He let go and ran toward Shadow. While chaos reigned outside, Bian Changxi was sleeping peacefully on damp soil. She was inside her space, lying on the black earth. Beside her was a coal-black animal. The lush bok choy and soybean plants swayed gently in the breeze, looking vibrant. Suddenly, time seemed to freeze for a moment. Then, the crops lost their luster and rapidly withered into piles of ash. The same happened to all the other plants. Across the stream, the pasture grass turned yellow in the blink of an eye, as if its life force had been forcibly stripped away. The ducks playing in the simple enclosure, the hens dutifully brooding over their eggs, and the rooster preening its colorful feathers, all fell silent and huddled on the ground, trembling. The fish and shrimp in the stream darted about in a panic before huddling together at the bottom. If one were to look down from above, they would see countless green threads extending and flowing toward Bian Changxi and the coal-black creature. Gradually, the two were enveloped in a gentle green glow, obscuring them from view. The surrounding mist began to close in. The area of the space grew smaller and smaller, and the sky seemed to lower. Finally, it seemed as if only those two spheres of green light remained in the world, pulsing rhythmically like a heartbeat, rising and falling with the breath of life. This sleep was so comfortable. Bian Changxi thought dizzily as she rolled over and stretched. Wait. She could move. She had strength. She froze and opened her eyes. When did she get into the space? Wait. Is this her space? Why is it so small? She scrambled to a sitting position and spread her arms. Heavens, the mist was only twice the width of her arm span away. The blue sky above was so low it felt like it was pressing down on her head. And the black soil beneath her felt dry. The area where the stream should be was now only the size of a water vat. The pasture beyond that, well, it was now a tiny patch of yellow grass peeking out from a corner. She was bewildered. This couldn't be her space, could it? Had shadow surrounded her with mist walls? She cautiously reached out and poked the mist. It pushed back gently. That was the feeling, it was the space. And right next to her was the crude chicken coop. The chickens and ducks were huddled together, staring at her in terror. Bian Changxi rubbed her forehead. What on earth happened? Whimper. Whimper. Something moved by her feet. She looked down. A tiny pink thing was snuggled against her leg, rubbing its eyes with its small paws. It blinked awake groggily. It tilted its head and stared at her for a moment. Its confusion gradually turned into joy and excitement, and it let out a little ow as it prepared to pounce. Then it froze. It seemed to have discovered something terrible. It slowly lowered its head. Wah! What did it see? A completely hairless body. It let out a terrified shriek, though its voice lacked its usual strength. In a flash, it hid behind the chicken coop. Bian Changxi watched it curiously. This thing was smaller than her palm. She asked uncertainly, "Are you?" Milk? Ow. How did he get so small? What happened to being the size of a basketball? She quickly checked herself. Fortunately, she wasn't naked, nor had she shrunk. She stood up and walked around. She saw a wooden door through the mist behind her. She pushed it open to find the warehouse. Everything was still there. The space had shrunk, but the warehouse was unchanged. Thank goodness. So this really was her space. The problem was, she didn't remember entering before she passed out. Did the space sense she was dying and pull her in automatically? Did it have that function? She checked herself again. Several of her serious wounds had healed, though she wasn't fully recovered. Her body, which had been empty of energy, now had power flowing through it. She had gone from the brink of death to being healthy, while the space had gone from large to small. There must be a connection. Wait, the energy in her body. She held her breath to sense it, and then felt a surge of excitement. She had leveled up. Before she could examine it further, the whimpering sound drew her attention back. Right, she had put Milk in here earlier, so he was in the space too. That little pink ball really was. She knelt down. He was curled into a ball by the chicken coop, poking his head out gloomily. When Bian Changxi leaned in, he zipped back inside. Heavens, are you actually shy? Just because he lost his fur. Whimper, whimper, whimper. He protested her teasing vehemently. Bian Changxi waved her hand. I'm not laughing, I'm not laughing. She thought for a moment. I remember you were completely charred. I guess your fur fell off. It'll grow back, right? She said uncertainly. But even if the fur fell off and the skin peeled, why was his shape so different? Not only had he shrunk, but he didn't look like a rat anymore. What animal did he look like? Bian Changxi couldn't figure it out, but then again, he was a spirit beast. It wasn't strange for him to have multiple forms. She would just treat him as a shape-shifting spirit beast. If she had been wary and annoyed by him before, her resentment had vanished after he helped her deal with Liaomeng and refused to let go even while being burned. Now she felt only affection and gratitude. So what if his origins were strange? The fact that he would risk his life for her was enough. Sensing the warmth and amusement in her eyes, Milk's tense skin relaxed. He let out a soft, aggrieved whimper. As he accidentally brushed against a rough branch of the chicken coop, a bloody scratch appeared on his skin. "Oh no, you're bleeding." Bian Changxi leaned in to look. "Your new skin is way too tender." She thought for a moment, then pulled a soft summer quilt from the warehouse. She spread it by the chicken coop, making a fluffy, thick nest. She placed Milk on it, then tried to condense a bit of energy at her fingertip, gently stroking the scratch. The bleeding stopped. She looked at her finger, her eyes misting over. Her wood ability was still there. That was good. In her previous life, her ability had been damaged due to overexertion, and she had never been able to progress past Tier 6. Right after the injury, she couldn't use her ability at all, feeling like a useless person. She had thought that even if she didn't die this time, she would end up like that. She never expected to not only survive, but also level up. It was a miracle. Milk buried his head in the quilt. The fluffy fabric hid most of his body, giving him a sense of security. He poked his head out to watch her. Bian Changxi smiled at him. "Are you hungry? I'll get you something to eat. You haven't fully recovered yet. Eat something and then sleep some more." She was starving, and her pain hadn't completely vanished. She needed to recover quickly. However, now that she was Tier 2, the injuries of one person and one rat were no longer an issue. She needed to go out and see what the situation was like. Of course, before that, she had to take a bath. She looked at the stream that was now the size of a water vat, and her lips twitched. Fine, she was grateful. If it weren't even the size of a vat, she wouldn't be able to wash at all and would just have to stay stinky. In the wild woods, a figure appeared out of thin air. She held a gun in her right hand and had her left hand half raised, ready to strike. But when she saw the scene before her, she froze. The trees were all gone. The ground was covered in large scorched patches, though they looked quite old. Clusters of lush wild grass grew vigorously, reaching up to a person's knees. Had she ended up in a different place? Impossible. You always exit the space exactly where you entered. That never changed. She looked around. Ahead was still a plain, but the main convoy was completely gone. The withered grass had turned green and grown tall, with abandoned vehicles, tents, and other items scattered among it. Further away, she could see the dairy farm. This was definitely the right place. How long had she been unconscious? It felt as if the world had been remade while she slept. She began to walk through the tall grass. Every now and then, a grasshopper the size of a fist would jump out, or a massive bee would fly past. A warty toad sat in the grass with its belly bulging, staring at her with eyes the size of steamed buns. Bian Changxi felt like she had stepped into a prehistoric savanna. She had seen such things in her previous life, but encountering them so suddenly felt surreal. The jump in evolution was too fast. Suddenly, something darted through the grass toward her. Thinking it was an animal, Bian Changxi whipped out a Tang-style dao with a purplish-red scabbard. The blade's gleam was more dazzling than the midday sun. With a swish, she slashed backward, and something snapped. She leaned down and used the blade to pick up the object. It was a plant stem about the thickness of a finger. Had the plants mutated? She tossed the stem aside and waited for a moment, but there was no further movement. As far as she could see, there was nothing but wild grass. To her knowledge, the most dangerous mutant plants in the apocalypse were usually trees and shrubs, along with some exotic flowers. This place didn't seem to hold much danger. She continued forward, gripping her Tang Dao warily. The Tang Dao was part of the cold weapon haul she had found with the firearms. She had collected quite a few good things from the 4S shop's basement. She hadn't brought them out before because she couldn't explain their sudden appearance. Now that she was alone and her straight blade was lost, This was the perfect weapon. She had always preferred using a dao. The blade was over 80 centimeters long. The scabbard and hilt were made of a hard wood that was red with a purple tint, inlaid with gold patterns in a heavy, vintage style. Other than that, it had no special markings. Compared to her previous blade, this one was longer, heavier, had a thicker spine and a sharper edge. The materials were several grades higher, and the craftsmanship was exquisite. It felt substantial in her hand. She had loved it at first sight. She put the scabbard away and held the blade in her right hand. She waded through the tall grass like she was wading through water and soon arrived at the dairy farm. She came here because it was the only place nearby where she couldn't see the interior. Perhaps there were still people inside, or at least something that could tell her the current date, what had happened, and where the convoy had gone. But who knew? It looked like she wouldn't find many answers here. The place that had once held out against zombies was now a mess. The perimeter had been trampled beyond recognition. Only the last factory building, made of reinforced steel plates, remained standing, but it was now covered in vines. The green climbing plants clung tightly to the walls, reaching halfway up the building and blooming with delicate, elegant flowers. Before the apocalypse, this would have been a beautiful sight, but in this new world, overgrown and vigorous plants usually signaled danger. Bian Changxi stopped and closed her eyes to sense the area. She was a wood element user. Although she had only just reached Tier 2, her ability to perceive plants far exceeded that of an ordinary person. While others only saw the appearance or smelled a faint scent, she could feel the plant's life force, whether it was strong or weak, benign or malevolent. Though the impression was still somewhat vague. She opened her eyes. The vines ahead didn't seem predatory. The mutation had simply given them incredible growth and reproductive capabilities. Furthermore, the plants around the dairy farm didn't give off any hostile vibes. She continued forward. The people must have scavenged everything when they evacuated. There was nothing of value left, not even a shovel for feed. There was plenty of junk, though, mostly buried under the weeds. She approached the relatively intact factory building. The door was unlocked. Inside were 2 rows of cattle pens. The floor was covered in bloodstains and some cattle skeletons. She remembered they had been slaughtering cows that night. Was this the site? There were no people, no clocks, and no calendars. She sighed and turned to leave when she heard a very faint moo. A cow. She followed the sound to a corner where a small feed delivery cart was parked. It was covered with steel plates and corrugated cardboard. The sound was coming from underneath. It sounded very weak. Bian Changxi thought for a moment, set down her blade, pushed the cart aside, and cleared the obstructions. There was indeed a small space underneath. 2 dairy cows, one large and one small, both white with black spots, lay there. They were skin and bones, their breathing shallow. The large cow was licking the calf, letting out occasional heart-wrenching low moans. It had dug a hole in the corner, where the vines from outside had crept in. The leaves had been chewed to the nub. That must have been their only food. Hearing the movement above, the large cow looked up at Bian Changxi and mooed urgently, trying to stand but collapsing repeatedly. Bian Changxi was amazed. She never expected to find 2 cows hidden here. Finding 2 people would have made more sense. She looked closely and was delighted to find that both were alive and neither had mutated. The large one was a heifer, and it was too early to tell with the calf. Dairy cows. A pasture without dairy cows wasn't a real pasture. She had been wanting this species for her space. Someone must have hidden them here on purpose. She remembered hearing someone shout "Go!" at the dairy farm that night, and there had been a dispute. Could it be that a cow lover couldn't bear to see them die and hid them? As she thought, she sent out a vine to touch the 2 cows. With a thought, she pulled them into the space. Only then did she see a shredded feed bag underneath. The person who hid them probably threw some feed down so they wouldn't starve. After the feed ran out, the mother cow had found a way to reach the plants. In a great mood, she clapped her hands. Then she realized she had to put the cows back on the ground outside for now. The space was too small. If the cows took up all the room, that rat would definitely protest. She checked them over. Both were starving, especially the calf, which looked like it had just been born, tiny, wrinkled, and barely able to open its eyes. Thinking of the future where cows would graze peacefully in her space, Bian Changxi felt a surge of excitement. She gave them some water and then ran out to cut a large amount of edible grass. She searched everywhere for feed and found quite a bit in another dilapidated building. She left one bag for them to eat now and stored the rest. She also found some equipment for milking and processing raw milk. Raw milk couldn't be drunk directly. It needed sterilization. With these machines, she wouldn't have to boil it in a big pot. She happily collected everything she could find. As for not knowing how to use them, she could just study the manuals later. By the time she finished, it was noon. The sun was overhead, casting a hot, golden light. She figured the convoy was definitely heading for Sioux City, but there were two routes. One through Longyue Town, and one through the mountains if the town was too dangerous. Either way, she probably couldn't catch up. If she was going to set out alone, she needed to check the situation in Longyue Town first. But her injuries weren't fully healed, and now she had two cows to look after. She needed to recover and expand the space before she could move. Although this place was in the middle of nowhere, it was open and seemed safe for now. She might as well stay here for a bit. Having decided, she went out to gather some straw from the dairy farm and laid it out in the sun to dry, planning to make a bed for the cows tonight. Once the cows were full, she led them out into the sun to brighten their spirits. She then hauled out 2 buckets of water and let them warm in the sun before giving the cows a bath. Fortunately, even though the stream had shrunk to the size of a vat, it was an inexhaustible vat. The poor fish and shrimp, however, were so crowded they could barely turn around. Bian Changxi scrubbed the cows from top to bottom. They had been covered in mud and manure, filthy. For the sake of her future pastoral scenery, she was willing to work hard. After cleaning them, she thought of Milk being alone in the space. He might be bored after half a day, so she brought him out along with the summer quilt and placed him under a window. The little thing was still sleeping. He had been asleep when she went out this morning and still hadn't woken up. She patted him, sat down to eat, and pulled out a Tier 2 green core. She had used up her Tier 1 green cores, and the Tier 3 one goose shoe had given her had long since turned to ash. All she had left was this Tier 2 green core she had traded from Chen Haitao. Crystal cores were precious, but recovery was more important. She couldn't wait for her body to heal naturally. She closed her eyes and began to absorb the energy. Now that she was Tier 2, absorbing this incomplete Tier 2 core was effortless. It almost felt like it wasn't enough. The energy flowed into her body, expanding her internal energy stream. The emerald green flow was centered with a surge of red light and covered in a white mist. The red was hot as fire, and the white was cold as ice. Under the regulation of the green flow, they merged into a warm, nourishing substance that repaired her damaged tissues bit by bit. She sat motionless for a long time as the sun began to dip toward the west. When she finally opened her eyes, she felt refreshed and invigorated. However, a thoughtful expression crossed her face. What exactly were those red and white lines? The red lines were one thing, she'd had those before, but the white ones were new. Could the white be ice element energy? That freezing sensation certainly felt like it. By that logic, did the red lines represent fire? She held out her left hand. A small seedling sprouted from her palm. It had a vibrant green body with faint red veins, and it was enveloped in a layer of white mist that looked like frost. Its 4 leaves were thick and bright, like polished jade, glowing with an internal light. It was quite beautiful. A fresh, crisp scent wafted through the air, making her feel invigorated. With a flick of her wrist, she lashed a thick vine against the opposite wall. Crack! The sound was loud and powerful. The reinforced steel wall was dented, yet the vine was completely unharmed. Setting aside the red lines in the center, the exterior was clearly coated in a thin layer of ice. Her wood ability had mutated. She stood up, pacing back and forth in excitement. The red light had appeared after she was injured by Gu Shu, and the white mist appeared after she was struck by Agang's ice spike. Did she gain the attributes of whatever ability injured her? Heavens, could such a good thing really exist? Wait. Were there any side effects? Many thoughts raced through her mind. She sat back down and summoned her origin seedling to observe it closely. Milk was awakened by the noise. His nose twitched, and he looked up at the seedling in Bian Changxi's hand. He pushed himself up, his ears perking. Ow! Bian Changxi looked at him. You're awake. Milk scrambled up, stepping over the soft quilt to paw at her leg. He couldn't take his eyes off the seedling. He leaned in to sniff it, his eyes glowing with a green light. His mouth hung open, a string of drool dangling down before he slurped it back up. Bian Changxi. Whimper. He wagged his tail at her, momentarily forgetting his embarrassment over being hairless. He rubbed against her pants, his watery eyes blinking rapidly. Bian Changxi's forehead was lined with black streaks. She poked him. Do you have any idea how uncute it is to act spoiled when you're pink and hairless? Besides, his eyes were so tiny. Where was the expression? What was with the blinking? She asked, You want to eat this? Whimper. Milk nodded frantically, his face full of longing. Bian Changxi looked at the 4 leaves on the seedling and hesitated. She had actually eaten the leaves of her origin seedling before. That was in her previous life, after the Chen family had abandoned her. Her space and abilities had just manifested, and she had no food. She had scavenged through supermarkets and shops before being cornered by a pack of zombies in a basement. She had been so hungry, she'd considered cutting off a piece of her own flesh. At that time, the only edible thing she had was this seedling. She had eaten it and found the taste mediocre, but it contained a massive amount of energy. 1 leaf was enough to keep her from feeling hungry for an entire day, and it relieved her exhaustion. Sustained by those 4 leaves, she had calmed down and found a way to save herself. Fortunately, a survivor squad passed by and dispersed the zombies. She took the chance to escape and was taken in by the squad leader, eventually heading to the Sioux City base with them. However, the consequences were severe. Her wood ability became a hollow shell, and the 4 leaves wouldn't grow back for a long time. It wasn't until she obtained a green core from Bian Quang and cultivated for several days that the buds finally began to sprout again. The origin seedling was truly her foundation. It was directly linked to the strength and existence of her ability. But Milk was a spirit beast. This rare and mysterious species possessed abilities that amazed humans. No one understood how they were born. Since he craved it so much, did the seedling offer him some specific benefit? Looking at his hairless, ugly state, she gritted her teeth and carefully plucked one of the 4 leaves. I can only give you one. We'll see how you react. Whimper. Milk rubbed against her gratefully and swallowed the leaf in 1 gulp. He then closed his eyes in bliss. Bian Changxi watched him curiously. She waited for a long time, but nothing happened. She poked him, he was asleep. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sleep then. Get better quickly. Her own injuries were mostly healed. 1 more energy absorption session should do it. However, seeing that the green core had faded to 1/3 of its original color, she sighed. I'll let nature take its course for the rest. She needed to save some energy for emergencies. Being poor was truly the worst. She checked the time. There was still a while before dark. She put Milk back into the space, tied up the 2 cows, locked the factory door, and headed out with her dhow and backpack. She was going hunting. To make the space grow again, she had to feed it crystal cores. Where would she get them? She had to hunt monsters herself. However, she didn't know if she should call it lucky or unlucky, but this former prairie was now just a sea of knee-high grass. There were hardly any trees, so naturally there were no zombies. She didn't see any large animals either. The things hiding in the grass were all small creatures, and she didn't even know if they produced cores. She stepped into the sea of grass. Her tall boots and leather pants protected her from being cut. She looked down through the blades, seeing many ants and crawling insects scurrying away in a panic. She used her blade to push aside the grass and suddenly found 2 ladybugs, one behind the other, on a massive leaf. They were mating. These ladybugs were the size of a fist, bright orange with black spots. Their 6 legs had sharp barbs covered in short, coarse hair, looking much like pre-apocalypse 7-spotted ladybugs. Their tryst interrupted, both ladybugs turned to look at the rude intruder. Their compound eyes bulged as they raised their antennae and front legs in a threatening display. Bian Changxi wanted to know how much damage these little bugs could do. She kicked a spray of gravel at them with the toe of her boot. The 2 bugs were indeed enraged. Their wing covers flipped open, and they flew toward her. Their black mandibles gaped open, and their barbed legs were tipped with a glint of blue, clearly venomous. Bian Changxi swatted one away with the flat of her blade and used her left hand to swing a towel at the other. The towel was suddenly caught and shredded into strips. She was surprised. These bugs were quite strong. The ladybug dropped the towel and lunged for Bian Changxi's face. She didn't dare let those sharp claws touch her. They could probably take a chunk of flesh out. She swung her tang dao, splitting the carapace right down the middle. She looked down and was disappointed. No core. Seeing its mate killed, the other ladybug didn't charge in for revenge. Instead, it veered off mid-flight and vanished into the grass. Trying to run. A wood spike shot after it. With a squelch and a strange insectide shriek, the ladybug was pinned. Bian Changxi walked over to find the ladybug's body torn apart. The wood spike, radiating a chill, was buried several inches into the ground further away. The spike was too thick and fast. It had basically caused the ladybug to explode upon impact. Suddenly, she saw something flickering in the insect's head. She picked it up, a white core. A great start. Bian Changxi's eyes crinkled with a smile. Even if it was only Tier 1, it was better than nothing. She immediately tossed the core into the space, then walked to the wood spike and pulled it from the ground. The spike was coated in a layer of ice, hard, cold, and sharp. The ice seemed to be a part of the spike itself. No matter how she rubbed it, it wouldn't come off or melt. The same applied to the spike itself. Her wood ability definitely had ice attributes now. If the ice gave it a hard, sharp shell, the red light in the center acted like a reinforcement, making the spikes and vines tougher and more explosive. She nodded in satisfaction. Looking into the distance, she saw a normal-sized bird perched about 500 or 600 meters away. She raised her hand and fired another wood spike, but this time the spike lost momentum halfway and plummeted into the grass, shredding some stalks but only scaring the bird away. Too far. Her range was only about 300 meters, and for accuracy, she needed to be within 100. Seeing that finding targets in the vast sea of grass was too difficult, she knelt down and pressed her palm to the ground, releasing her energy in thin threads. She remembered the state she had been in when she overextended her power. A clear, empty state where she could sense everything nearby without using her eyes or ears. That was actually a perception ability that high-tier users usually possess to some degree. This perception was different from her plant sensing ability. The latter was a resonance between wood element entities, while the former was a survey of the surroundings, a precursor to psychic power. She didn't know why she had gained this ability so early. As for manipulating wild grass and thorns, that was a manifestation of the control branch of wood abilities. Wood abilities generally had 3 development paths: healing, combat, and control. Most people were the healing type, as it was the natural, gifted talent of the wood element. The combat type was significantly weaker than other elements naturally suited for battle. The control type, however, was the most advanced realm. Once mastered, it could encompass the other two. By controlling existing plants or instantly sprouting one's own seeds, a user could achieve scouting, stealth, and attack objectives. It was said that at the peak of this path, nature itself became your logistics team and the forest your backyard. It was incredibly powerful. But that was just hearsay. In her previous life, all the control-type wood users she knew had gone into farming. This showed just how difficult the control path was to master. After Gu Shu established the Tungyang base, he had gathered all sorts of powerful users, including a unique Tier 9 wood user, but even they seemed to be the healing type. After her rebirth, Bian Changxi had considered developing toward the control type, but her plan was to first strengthen her body and build a foundation in combat and healing. Once the space was running smoothly and she had no worries, she would study it properly. She knew that being overly ambitious would only lead to failure. Bian Changxi had replayed that moment of heightened control in her mind many times. It was a level she hadn't been able to touch in her previous life, even with all her effort. Although she couldn't replicate that state now, she believed that since it had appeared once, she had the potential. Once her tier increased, it would come naturally. The control was gone for now, but her perception remained. She could project it about 70 or 80 meters from her body, perfect for finding hunting targets. With the help of her perception, Bian Changxi quickly took down a patterned snake that had grown a pair of fleshy wings, a mutant bird nesting in the grass, 2 clumsy mutant rabbits, and a giant female mantis that had bitten off its mate's head during mating. In total, she obtained 1 Tier 1 white core and 1 Tier 2 white core. Finally, she found a mutant shrub. After hacking off its flailing branches, she dug up its roots and found a Tier 1 golden yellow core. Mutant plants didn't necessarily produce wood element green cores. They could produce cores of any attribute with equal probability, though different attributes granted them different bonuses. The same logic applied to mutant animals and zombies. Bian Changxi wasn't entirely satisfied with the haul, but seeing the sky grow dark, she had to return to the factory. She decided to sleep outside. Although the environment wasn't great, staying in the space all the time would make her too soft. She went into the space first to check things. After absorbing the 3 white cores, the space had grown slightly, but only by a square meter or 2. She tied the 2 cows to the chicken coop and provided enough grass and feed for them, as well as for the chickens and ducks. She also tossed some fish food into the stream. Once the top layer of water cleared, she hauled up a bucket to wash herself. Milk was still asleep, having not moved an inch. Seeing that he was fine, she exited. As soon as she came out, she felt something was wrong. Looking out the window, the sky was still gloomy, but it was freezing. The air in the large factory was stagnant and cold. A biting wind whistled through the cracks, much colder than when she had entered the space. She shivered, wondering if the weather had become this erratic. She laid a sleeping pad and a blanket over the straw pile and lay down, keeping her backpack and Tang Dao within reach. She closed her eyes, ready for a good night's sleep. But after a few minutes, she bolted upright. Something was wrong. The light in the factory seemed brighter than before. She scrambled up and ran to the window, her jaw dropping. A sliver of the sun was rising on the horizon. But the sun had just set. She rubbed her eyes and stared for a while, watching the red, ball-like sun climb higher, radiating light and energy. She was shocked. Was this the legendary sun rising from the west? But she used her fingers to check the directions. That was definitely the east. Suddenly, a possibility occurred to her. Her expression changed, and she rushed back into the space. After a while, once the sun had climbed higher and its light filled the room, she came back out. She checked the watch she had left outside, and her face went dark. She didn't know whether to cry or laugh. She had only spent 1 minute in the space, but more than 10 minutes had passed outside. Heavens, what kind of ratio was that? This meant that while she was busy in the space, taking a bath and eating, an entire night had passed outside. It had jumped straight from dusk to dawn. So, how much time had passed while she was unconscious for so long. No wonder the plants had mutated, the grass was so tall, and the convoy was long gone without a trace. The thought that she had planned to spend the night in the space made her teeth ache. Great. If she stayed in the space for a few more days, she might come out to find the world completely unrecognizable. This was such a scam. Bian Changxi sat down, dejected. She had been secretly happy about reaching Tier 2 so early, but now it seemed she was out of sync with the world. Whether she was ahead or behind was anyone's guess. Thinking of this, she quickly brought the 2 cows and milk out. Staying in the space was a waste of time. No wonder Milk couldn't wake up. To him, only 10 minutes had passed, while hours had gone by for her. That left one temporary problem. She looked gloomily at her bed, then at the growing sunlight outside. Should she sleep or not? In a short, wide alleyway, a woman in gray wearing a mask was maneuvering between 4 zombies. She was agile, dodging and weaving so effectively that the vicious, disgusting creatures couldn't even touch her clothes. Suddenly, she leaped onto a trash can by the wall and delivered a spinning kick that sent one zombie slamming into the opposite wall. She used the momentum to flip down, landing right behind another zombie. Her gloved hands gripped its head and chin, crack, and the zombie collapsed. The third zombie was particularly tall with long arms. As it lunged with its arms outstretched, the woman ducked low, pivoted on her left foot, and delivered a sweeping kick. With a loud thwack, she knocked the zombie off its feet. She winced slightly. That's one hard body. At that moment, the 4th zombie, which had been standing on the periphery, moved its mouth and spat a fireball. The woman's eyes narrowed. She dodged the fireball with incredible speed and charged toward it. Mid-run, she kicked off the ground, leaping into the air to deliver a downward axe kick to the zombie's crown. The zombie's already bulging eyes popped out, dangling from its rotting face, and its neck was driven down into its chest cavity. It collapsed instantly. She let out a soft sigh of relief before pulling the Tang Dao from her back to finish off the 4 defeated foes. This woman was Bian Changxi. 2 days had passed since she discovered the massive time dilation. During these 2 days, she had avoided entering the space as much as possible. She only went in for 30 seconds at a time to check on the animals. She was desperate for more crystal cores to restore the space's vitality. In her urgency, she had finally absorbed the last of the energy from her crystal cores and used her ability day and night to repair her body. She had finally made a full recovery yesterday. She had scoured the small prairie, and realizing she wouldn't get rich there no matter how hard she worked, she moved her base of operations to Longyue Town. As expected, there were plenty of zombies here. Those shambling creatures were basically walking crystal cores. In just a few hours, she had eliminated over 30 zombies, obtaining 1 blue core, 1 green core, and over 30 white cores. Most were Tier 1, with only a few Tier 2s. She tossed all the white cores into the space for absorption. Although a Tier 1 green core was barely a snack for her now, it matched her attribute, so she kept it for herself. The blue core was saved as accumulated wealth. Of course, the reason she could achieve such a high harvest and efficiency was that she was only lingering on the outskirts of Longyue Town. Most were Tier 1 zombies and were relatively scattered. Once she went deeper into the town, the pressure would increase. Using Tier 2 strength against these Tier 1s felt a bit like bullying, so she had initially used them as practice targets for her new mutated abilities. After a while, she got an itch to test her physical limits. She noticed her physical fitness had improved significantly. She felt like she had endless energy. When she saw the zombies' reactions and movements, her mind automatically calculated how to handle them without using abilities or weapons. So, she had charged in for some hand-to-hand combat. The results were very satisfying. Martial arts novels said that speed was the ultimate weapon. She felt that as long as her body was fit, her reactions fast, her strength great, and her mind clear, her chances of winning a fight were high. Training her physical skills was yielding double the results with half the effort. She smiled as she dug out 2 Tier 1 white cores and 1 Tier 2 white core. The fire element zombie had even provided a Tier 2 red core. She took off her gloves and mask. She was covered in sweat after all that work, even with her increased resistance to heat and cold as a Tier 2 user. Before, she would have been drenched. Her clothes were covered in various stains. She frowned. At the rate of changing clothes every 2 or 3 days, the clothes in her space would only last another month or so. She hadn't had much chance to scavenge before, so she didn't have many loose, athletic outfits. Her food was also running low, and she couldn't rely on the space to grow vegetables or grain yet. Life would get difficult if she didn't restock soon. She looked toward the center of the town. The warm-up was over. It was time to go deeper. She used the mask to wipe the filth from her blade before tossing it on the ground. She shook out her leather gloves and hung them at her waist, then pulled out her motorcycle and rode forward. The road into town was a paved cement road lined with trees, factories, and houses. Further out were some paddy fields, though they were now overgrown with weeds and looked quite vibrant. The road was littered with wrecked vehicles and old bloodstains. She could even identify a few vehicles with convoy numbers, though she didn't know if they belonged to the main group or the 2,000-man scouting party. She made a mental note of the route. If she found that she couldn't cross through Longyue Town, she would have to backtrack and take the mountain road. The road wasn't long. Within 5 minutes, she reached a gas station next to a small middle school. She stowed the bike, shouldered her backpack, and looked around. The gas station's tanks were bone dry, and the convenience store had been picked clean. The middle school was quiet and empty, which was normal. It wasn't a boarding school, so there wouldn't be a massive concentration of people or zombies. The small restaurants and snack shops outside the school were also empty, leaving only a mess behind. Ahead was a fork in the road. Bian Changxi had never been to Longyue Town and didn't know where the major shopping areas were. Seeing the current situation, the small, scattered shops were likely empty. Only the dangerous areas would have what she needed. She set her sights on the direction where the buildings were denser and taller. She advanced for quite a while longer. There wasn't a single living person on the road, nor were there many zombies. The absence of living people was understandable. After all, it was unclear how much time had passed since the apocalypse began. Those who could evacuate or flee had likely already done so. However, the absence of zombies was somewhat strange. Bian Changxi was particularly observant. She noticed traces on several zombie corpses indicating they had been decapitated or had their limbs severed very recently, likely just this morning. These were clearly man-made kills. Her heart tightened slightly. Were there still people here? Looking closely, the trauma on the corpses was caused by blunt force trauma, sharp blades, and even scorching flames. Suddenly, a greeting of "Hey" came from the distance. She stopped and stood up. She didn't see anyone, but the voice wasn't far away. If there were people, she could ask for information. Bian Changxi moved cautiously toward the source of the sound. En route, she passed a hotel. She glanced at it. The establishment was quite large, standing over 10 stories tall with magnificent decor. The 5 golden characters for Wuzhou Grand Hotel dazzled in the sunlight. However, the lobby was a mess of gore and carnage. A staircase wound its way upstairs, where crystal hanging decorations shimmered faintly, yet exuded a strange, sinister chill. Bian Changxi's footsteps paused, and her expression turned serious. She softened her steps, moving away from the hotel while extending her perception. Her perception relied on plants, so it was obviously less effective in the steel and concrete jungle than on the grasslands. She could only vaguely sense that there was something inside the hotel, an aura that was powerful and cold. It felt as if a pair of sharp eyes were staring at her from the unseen darkness. The sensation was like being possessed by a ghost. A timid person might have lost their composure and fled in panic, but Bian Changxi knew better. In the apocalypse, some zombies with strange attributes powerful abilities or unique methods could give people this exact feeling. This feeling wasn't actually the scariest part. After all, if survivors felt fear, they would naturally detour. The most terrifying entities were those that were powerful yet silent, completely undetectable until it was too late. Suddenly, she sensed something hiding in the green belt in front of the hotel. She looked over. 2 blood-red gazes flashed indistinctly. The next moment, whoosh! A black shadow leaped out, took a few running steps to build momentum, and pounced with agility and ferocity. It was a black beast, though its 4 hooves and head were white. Its eyes were a hideous crimson, and sharp hooked claws flashed as it swiped. Bian Changxi didn't dare let it get close. With a flick of her left hand, a vine coated in a layer of ice whipped out heavily. The opponent's reaction wasn't slow either. It forcibly twisted its body an inch in midair. The vine, which should have struck the top of its head, landed on its back. With a snap, it crashed to the ground. Although it immediately rolled and stood up, its left forelimb was obviously broken. It limped backward 2 steps, letting out a fierce meow at Bian Changxi. A mutated cat. Pointed ears, long whiskers, long fur standing on end, and that cry, Bian Changxi recognized it as a mutated cat, even though it stood nearly as tall as an adult's knee. It had several tumor-like lumps on its forehead and body. The vine had ruptured one of them, dragging out a strip of rotten flesh from within, making it look even more ferocious and repulsive. Bian Changxi took a step forward. It immediately shrank back 2 steps, evidently frightened by the blow. However, it didn't tuck its tail and run. Instead, it seemed to be waiting for something. Suddenly, ripples of ability energy, like concentric circles in water, oscillated through the air. Bian Changxi abruptly looked up and glared at the hotel. Was this summoning? In just a moment, mutated cats emerged from all directions. Big ones, small ones, black ones, white ones. They surrounded Bian Changxi, growling with meows and hisses. Their forelimbs dug into the ground, bodies crouched low, neck fur and ears standing erect. They bared their fangs, eyes churning with tyrannical bloodlust, looking as if they wanted to tear her to shreds. Bian Changxi made a rough count. There were at least a dozen of them. Even she was startled. Getting entangled by these wolf-like creatures would cost her a layer of skin, if not her life. She glanced left and right. Not daring to wait for the encirclement to tighten, she charged toward the injured mutated cat. The vine in her hand coiled around it and flung it at another cat nearby. Having torn open a gap, she rushed toward the bus stop across the street, grabbed the edge of the shelter's roof, and flipped herself up. 2 cats trailed her like shadows. At the last moment, one fiercely clamped onto her pant leg, and another grabbed the back of her clothes, following her up. As soon as she stabilized her crouch, she slashed down with her tang sword, hacking the cat on her leg away. The one on her back had already reached her shoulder and opened its mouth to bite. She slapped her left hand toward that bloody maw, driving a wooden spike into it. The cat fell onto the shelter roof, then slid down to the ground. The cats behind had also chased to her feet. One by one, they leaped into the air with extremely brave postures. Bian Changxi's eyes twitched. They're just cats. Do they have to be this tough? She pulled out her pistol. Bang, bang, bang. She killed one with each shot, but even this couldn't stop them. One still clawed at her face. She hurriedly rolled away. Just then, another cat used an object on the ground as a springboard and jumped up, landing right beside her. With a wave of its sharp claws, her sleeve was torn in several places. She quickly kicked it off. With her right hand, she drew her tang sword and bisected the cat that had forced her to roll, her blade cutting all the way through the shelter roof. Bian Changxi didn't dare relax for a second, her nerves taut as she dealt with these relentless giant cats. She fled from the ground to the roof, was forced from the roof back to the ground, and finally, annoyed by the entanglement, she ran while binding them one by one with vines. It was fortunate that the strength and hardness of her vines had increased greatly. Otherwise, they would have been shredded by the fangs and claws of these crazy cats. However, the downside of the hardened vines was a significant reduction in flexibility. They were like plastic pipes rather than soft ropes. A petite white cat managed to pull itself out of the vine loop and ran in the opposite direction. Bian Changxi looked over and saw that a person had come down the hotel stairs at some point. This person was wearing a white wedding dress. Long hair was tangled and hung loosely in front of her face and chest, completely obscuring her features. One foot was bare, the other dragged the strap of a high heel. Her gait was quite stiff. Two grayish-green, scarred arms were stretched stiffly in front of her abdomen, fingernails black and long. She slowly emerged from the shadows just like that. Bian Changxi suddenly felt her teeth ache. She looked up at the sky. The sun was hanging there just fine, but was this really not a scene from a horror movie? With the appearance of the wedding dress zombie, that cold, yin aura appeared as well. Bian Changxi knew that the thing staying in the hotel was her. The little white cat sprinted over, circling the zombie's legs affectionately. The zombie, however, felt nothing. She stood still in the doorframe, slightly lifting her face. Beneath the messy hair, red lips seemed to grin. Bian Changxi shivered. Could you not be so scary? Meanwhile, the group of living, mutated cats before her began to stir, as if being pulled by something. Even those bound by vines started bouncing up and down. She could barely suppress them and had to finish them all off, one shot per cat. Ah, the wedding dress zombie flew into a rage, waving her arms and letting out a hoarse scream. Her fingernails scraped against the glass with a screeching sound. Bian Changxi immediately sensed animals approaching rapidly from the distance. She knew this zombie who could summon mutated beasts was the source. If she didn't eliminate it, the beasts would come endlessly. She decisively pulled a large-caliber rifle from her space, aimed, and was about to fire when suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, a shadow abruptly appeared in the air beside her head. Startled, she immediately raised the muzzle. The newcomer screamed in fright, "Don't shoot." Before the word shoot was fully out, the person crashed down. Bian Changxi paused for a split second, subconsciously lowering the barrel, and the person knocked her over. Fortunately, her reaction was fast. As she fell backward, she grabbed the person's clothes and kicked out, sending him tumbling. Before her back even hit the ground, she rolled into a crouch, vigilantly pointing the gun at him. The man tumbled from the kick, his spine hitting the ground painfully. But seeing Bian Changxi's reaction, he scrambled up, adjusting the yellow hard hat on his head. "No ill intent, I have no ill intent. I just wanted to stop you from shooting. Who knew I'd just learned teleportation and missed the mark, ending up in the sky?" Teleportation. Bian Changxi thought about it. The situation just now did indeed look like a teleportation arrival. But his reason was hardly credible. "Who are you? Why stop me from shooting? Is this zombie unkillable?" "Of course she's unkillable. If you dare kill her, I'll kill you first." A gloomy, angry voice came from behind. A young man rushed over, looked nervously at the wedding dress zombie in the hotel, and then glared viciously at Bian Changxi. "This place is so big, you could go anywhere, but you had to run here. Invading someone else's territory and then self-righteously trying to kill the owner. You people are always the most sanctimonious and reasonable ones." Bian Changxi was bewildered by the barrage of insults, but she understood two things. First, that zombie was definitely someone these two knew when she was alive, and they were protecting her. Second, the other party was blaming her. She had already sensed the danger and tried to detour. It was their cat that jumped out on its own. Was she supposed to not fight back when attacked? Furthermore, humans killing zombies and zombies killing humans was the main theme of this world. She had never heard of territorial rules or peaceful coexistence. What twisted logic? "You're angry. I'm holding back fire too." Her face darkened, and she was about to retort when the teleporter hurriedly interjected. "Old Six, what kind of fit are you throwing?" She was just defending herself. Do you think everyone has to protect Xiao Ai like you do? He then rubbed his hands together and said to Bian Changxi with some embarrassment, "Friend, don't be angry. He wasn't this unreasonable before. It's really because that Zom R is his." Old Six glared, and the rest of the words stuck in his throat. Bian Changxi's expression softened slightly. Watching a former loved one or friend turn into a zombie, neither dead nor alive, acting disgustingly, was hard for anyone. For those who were sentimental, it was simply a torture that gnawed at the heart and bones. She glanced at Old Six. His withered physique could be described as skin and bones. Dirty, messy clothes hung on him like a sack. Combined with his stubble and hair like a bird's nest, he looked no different from a refugee. However, observing his height, temperament, and the decent contours of his young face, he must have been a vigorous, capable figure not long ago. At this moment, however, his face was full of gloom. The sorrow and despair in his bloodshot eyes were almost tangible, ready to drip out. He was clearly on the verge of a breakdown. "What are you looking at? Stay away from Xiao Ai in the future. I'll come check sooner or later, and if I find you doing anything to harm her," he threatened. Bian Changxi raised an eyebrow. Her temper wasn't exactly good, but she wouldn't bicker with someone in his state. She tilted her head toward the distance. "I'd like to leave, but your Xiao Ai doesn't seem willing to let me go." From all directions, mutated cats, dogs, giant rats, and even domestic poultry like chickens and ducks were emerging one after another. The numbers were vast. Bian Changxi pondered silently. This summoning ability was quite something. That wedding dress zombie looked to be only tier 2, yet she could summon such a large number of mutated beasts. Given time, she would surely become a major scourge in the region. A cold light flashed in her eyes before vanishing instantly. The teleporter's face changed. "Oh God, no, we have to go. I'll teleport us." Saying this, he grabbed one person with each hand, closed his eyes, and then opened them again. "Huh? Still here?" Bian Changxi looked at him skeptically. "Can you do it?" He tried 2 more times, stomping his feet in anxiety, and said with a mournful face, "It seems I can't do it anymore." "Then why aren't we running?" She picked a direction, chopped off the heads of a few dead cats to carry in her hand, and charged out of the encirclement with flying speed. Her agility was remarkable. The teleporter paused for a moment, then hurriedly dragged Old Six to follow. The 3 of them rampaged through the streets, 1 in front and 2 behind. Those mutated beasts were no joke, especially the mutated dogs. The large ones could leap 5 or 6 meters, and the small ones were incredibly agile. It was like a racing charge. The 3 ran until they were breathless, not daring to stop. Bian Changxi was the fastest, leaving the 2 men far behind. She looked back. The beast horde was less than 3 meters from them. Occasionally, a jumping cat or dog would take a bite at them. Fortunately, Old Six could emit flames. The fire wasn't a pure red-yellow, but had an inner flame laced with black-blue. When it burned the mutated beasts, it had a special corrosive effect. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Mutated fire element. Seeing more and more mutated beasts gathering, this was no longer just the result of summoning, but them smelling human scent and actively chasing relentlessly. The zombie would be drawn here too if this continued. She released her perception while looking around. She arrived beneath a row of buildings. The second-floor balcony had security bars, but the third-floor balcony did not. She leaped lightly, grabbing the security bars, then climbed up to the third-floor balcony. She shouted to the 2 behind her, "Come up." Just as the teleporter was about to be bitten to death by a giant wolf dog, his potential finally triggered. He teleported himself and his companion, landing right in front of this building. Hearing Bian Changxi's shout, he hurriedly urged his companion to climb. "You go first." Old Six turned to face the beast horde behind them. Knowing they couldn't delay, the man tightened his belt and climbed up swiftly. Bian Changxi pulled out her pistol to cover them. Once both were up, she pointed behind her. Go inside, it's safe. Old Six looked at the tightly closed window. The curtains were drawn, blocking the view inside. He asked vigilantly, how do you know it's safe? She doesn't want us to be the suicide squad, does she? Bian Changxi ignored him. Below, cats and dogs were scrambling to jump up. Several were clinging to the second-floor security bars, barking madly. Any that dared to poke their heads up were knocked down by her bullets and vines. Her gaze was fixed tightly on that half-human-hide giant wolf dog. That sleek, shiny fur, those fierce, spirited beast eyes, that robust and brave body. Her eyes lit up. This one definitely has a crystal core, and a big one at that. She fired 2 wooden spikes at it. The wolf dog dodged easily. Then came 2 more. Provoked into a rage, the wolf dog growled low, pacing back and forth as if pondering how to drag Bian Changxi down and eat her. Bian Changxi was also observing its weaknesses. It was fast. Bullets might not hit, and vines might not catch it. If she startled it away, all her efforts would be wasted. She turned back to see the window still closed, and the 2 men standing there in a daze. She frowned, but then thought their suspicion was normal. Without a word, she smashed the window with her tang sword. A thick vine tied itself to the aluminum alloy window frame, while the other end shot out, securing itself to a security cage on the 2nd floor of the building opposite, forming a straight, diagonal line across the air. She had to thank her previous practice in vine control. Otherwise, she couldn't have been this precise and fast. The 2 men watched, dumbfounded. The teleporter asked, "What are you doing?" "Don't touch the vine." Bian Changxi tied a vine around her waist and looped the other end around the suspended vine with a slipknot that could slide freely. Ready, she picked up the cat heads at her feet. Originally, she just couldn't bear to leave the cores inside and wanted to dig them out when safe. Now, she split them open one by one. Those without cores were thrown down directly. For those with cores, she dug the cores out before throwing the heads. Blood was the best stimulant for these mutated creatures, so she threw them skillfully, making waves of mutated beasts scramble for the bloody heads, luring the other beasts away from the wolf dog. Every time she threw one, the wolf dog would turn to look, but it wasn't interested in those scraps. It kept staring intently at Bian Changxi. The higher the tier of the ability user, the more powerful they were, the stronger the attraction to the beasts, and the more nourishing they were to eat. It hadn't smelled such a delicious, sweet aura in a long, long time. How could it give up the fat meat in front of it? Little did it know, in the enemy's eyes, it was also fat meat. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food. It has been so since ancient times. Bian Changxi pursed her lips. Seeing that the beasts around it had mostly moved away, she stepped onto the edge of the balcony and kicked off, sliding down. Seeing her coming toward it, the wolf dog naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. It ran 2 steps and leaped into the air. "I want you to jump. I want you to get close." The distance closed in an instant. Bian Changxi watched the wolf dog's pouncing claws and its slightly exposed belly. Her waist twisted backward, and her legs, like scissors, wrapped around the suspended vine, forcibly halting her momentum. The wolf dog's pouncing force and height were calculated based on the target's approach data. Of course, it didn't calculate precisely like a computer, but its body instinctively made the most suitable reaction. It was like a human playing soccer. When the ball flies over, the brain instantly determines its trajectory, arrival point, and how much force, height, and angle are needed to meet it for the best effect. But the problem was, this ball stopped abruptly in midair, higher and further away than the point where its legs could exert their final force. The wolf dog was stunned for a split second as its momentum began to fall. In that moment, Bian Changxi thrust her tang sword downward. Her wrist exerted 120% of her strength. A blinding light flashed. With a splurt, the wolf dog's massive head flew high into the air. She extended her left hand. A thin vine chased the diagonally flying head and grabbed it back. Only then did she release her legs, sliding down with gravity to the second-floor security cage. She grabbed it tightly, gasping for large mouthfuls of air, and wiped the blood and sweat from her face. The two men up there watched, dumbstruck. A few minutes later, all three were inside the room on the third floor. Bian Changxi sat on the floor, the dog head in front of her. The dog's eyes were still bulging with fear, but she didn't care. She took a knife and started digging for the crystal core. The teleporter watched her work from across the room, finding it quite surreal. Was this fierce, terrifying person really a young, slender girl? She looked like a seasoned hunter, a natural-born predator. But then again, in the apocalypse, who among those surviving independently didn't have a few tricks up their sleeves? Old Six stood by the window, watching the mutated beasts below happily feasting on the wolf dog's headless corpse. He was shocked too, but having experienced the pain of his lover turning into a zombie, his heart was already empty and numb. He didn't dwell on it much, just glanced a couple of times before leaning quietly against the wall, staring in the direction of the Wuzhou Grand Hotel in a daze. The teleporter spoke up then. Hello friend. My name is Chu Hao. I've been active in this town these days, but I've never seen you. Did you just arrive from outside today? Chu Hao's tone was a bit more cautious than before. After all, the person in front of him was undoubtedly a powerhouse. He couldn't afford to be careless. Bian Changxi paused her digging and looked up at him in surprise. Chu Hao. Her eyes darted around, feigning a bit of shock and uncertainty. The Tu Hao Takun Chu. Chu Hao's face twitched, and he laughed dryly. Those are the words. Why do you know me? Bian Changxi stared at him for a while. It seems. I think I've heard this name somewhere. Can you let me see your face? Could it really be that sucker? That man was quite famous in her previous life. He was polite and smiling to everyone. When he was down and out, he was the best person to mooch off of, regardless of whether you knew him. But if you had any friendship with him, no matter how small, he would do anything to help, willing to starve himself to feed you. He was the typical person who would help count the money after being sold. The Chu Hao in front of her paused, took off the dirty hard hat, and wiped his face, revealing a rough but rather handsome and stylish face. Although he had a bit of a country bumpkin's honest look, he didn't lack cheerfulness. It was a face with great affinity. Bian Changxi silently mouthed in her heart. It really is him. Although he looked a bit different from when she had seen him before, it was definitely the same person. Her mind raced. Chu Hao was the most well-liked person in the Sioux City base in her past life. Because of his selfless dedication and his righteous honesty, people privately referred to him as that tycoon named Chu. Although the sarcasm and teasing were heavy, there was no lack of respect. Because of his widespread, indiscriminate generosity, he helped a group of people who were very destitute at the time, but later soared to great heights. As a result, he could basically walk sideways in the base without anyone touching him. However, he didn't act arrogant. Despite having many connections and accumulating many favors, he remained his honest, old self. He was polite to everyone and willing to lend a hand to anyone in trouble. At the same time, he had a sense of propriety. He wasn't the type to force himself into the spotlight. He knew which matters he shouldn't meddle in and which people he couldn't help. Consequently, even the big shots and power players of the base liked him. In the past, Bian Changxi had both admired this tycoon and thought he was rather stupid. Truly, she didn't know what he was after. One usually has a goal when doing things, but he didn't seem to gain anything. If it was to live comfortably, there was no need to release goodwill indiscriminately, and after doing good deeds, one shouldn't remain so silent and obscure. Later, she heard Gu Shu mention that a large part of why Chu Hao did this was to build goodwill for a friend of his. He hoped that when his friend offended people, they would look at Chu Hao's face and not be too petty. Because that friend was eccentric and truly capable of ruining things, and had a special profession, Chu Hao had no choice but to cast a wide net. Realizing she had been spacing out for too long, she quickly said to Chu Hao, "Oh, I haven't met you. I must have remembered wrong." She turned to look at old Six by the window and asked, "What about him?" "What's his name?" Chu Hao said, "His name is Chen Guanqing. We were classmates in high school." Sure enough, it's Chen Guanqing, Sioux City's Seek Death #1 assassin. This person had no background. His ability was strong but not top tier. Because of his gloomy temper and his penchant for accepting assassination missions that were nearly impossible to complete, he earned the nickname Seek Death #1. Probably because Chu Hao covered for him, he miraculously avoided being eliminated and survived until the day Sioux City base fell. It was said that he suddenly went mad, jumped into the zombie tide, and was skinned and eaten clean by a female zombie. Thinking of this, Bian Changxi was startled. Could that female zombie be the one in the hotel? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Back then, there was a zombie tide and a beast tide, and the news did indeed mention a zombie capable of controlling mutated beasts. Considering this possibility, her gaze toward Chen Guanqing softened considerably. Chu Hao finished the introductions, and it was her turn. She said, "My name is Bian Changxi. I just arrived from the outskirts this morning." "The outskirts? You came alone?" Chu Hao asked. "Not exactly. I was following a large convoy before, but we got separated due to some events. I came here to see if they left through this route." "A large convoy?" Chu Hao glanced at Chen Guanqing. Could it be that big convoy from 2 months ago? 2 months ago? Bian Changxi thought to herself, "It can't be that long, can it?" She said it might be. "Can you be more specific?" Chu Hao also thought, "No way, right? They left over 2 months ago, and this straggler just caught up now." But he answered honestly, that was a massive convoy. They said there were 500,000 or 600,000 people. Divided into 5 or 6 columns, protected by the military. I saw quite a few tanks, cannons, and fighter jets that day. Bian Changxi opened her mouth slightly. It really was them. Which road did they take? Over by the music square. That day, almost everyone in Longyue Town ran there and left with them. Bian Changxi fell silent for a moment. Her hands didn't stop working. She finally dug the crystal core out of the dog's head and wiped it clean. It was a radiant tier 3 gold core. While happy, she felt a lingering fear. If that wolf dog had scratched her just now, broken bones and tendons would have been inevitable. Energy-wise, this gold core was worth at least 50 tier 1 white cores. In terms of purchasing power, it would be double or triple that. Should she keep it, or give it to the farm to absorb? Chu Hao watched and exclaimed, "That crystal core is high grade, right? I heard cores have levels too." "Yeah, this is tier 3. Bian Changxi asked, "By the way, how do I get to the music square?" "You want to go there?" Chu Hao hurriedly advised her, "You'd better not. With so many people passing through there, think about how many zombies from inside and outside the town were attracted. Now, that place has the highest concentration of zombies in town and is the most dangerous. I know the risks. I just wanted to ask." Chu Hao didn't persuade her further. He drew a map to show the route. Bian Changxi thanked him happily. When it came to supplies, where could compare to the area around the music square? She just didn't know if the large convoy had scavenged everything. If she didn't find the harvest she expected elsewhere, she would have to make that trip. She then asked about other things. For instance, today was August 11th on the Gregorian calendar, the 3rd month of the apocalypse. This meant that while she slept in the farm, over 2 months had passed outside. Also, regarding the large convoy that left 2 months ago, the highest commander wasn't Chu Shangjin, but a man surnamed Hu whom everyone called Commander Hu. However, the person truly executing tasks, commanding the troops, and incorporating the Longyue Town survivors into the convoy was a subordinate of someone everyone called Captain Gu. Bian Changxi knew it. 9 out of 10, Hu Ichuan and Gu Shu had joined forces to seize power from Chu Shangjin. She hadn't expected that old man to go down the path of becoming a figurehead again. She didn't sympathize with him at all. After all, when Boss Zhang plotted against her, causing such a huge commotion, it was Chu Shangjin who had nodded in approval. Although she didn't know what that old man was planning, the cause was definitely the trivial matter of her publicly rejecting him. A military region commander, with such narrow-mindedness, was bound to be pulled off his horse sooner or later. Additionally, she learned that the remaining survivors in Longyue Town weren't just Chu Hao and his friend. There were several scattered groups. For various reasons, they hadn't left with the convoy. Over time, they slowly formed small teams, wandering in different territories inside and outside the town, wary of each other yet dependent on one another. When Chu Hao offered to take her to their place to have a look, Bian Changxi hesitated for a moment before nodding. Leaving the building, which had neither zombies nor people, the three moved silently through the streets. Chu Hao chatted away, analyzing for Bian Changxi where zombies clustered, where they were pitifully few, where there were big monsters one absolutely shouldn't provoke, and where there were only small fry. They usually eked out a living among those small fry. To survive for over 2 months in a place full of zombies, these people had developed their own set of survival rules. It reminded Bian Changxi of primitive tribes on the grasslands or in forests. No magnificent, sturdy houses, no stable source of food or supplies, not even a fixed dwelling. Wandering among birds and beasts, battling wits and courage with nature, eating at the mercy of the weather, life filled with danger and uncertainty at every turn. Yet in their bones, a tenacious and vigorous will to survive burst forth. This kind of environment tempered people the most. Of course, if there were a better choice, no one would want to live such a precarious life. On the way, they encountered a group of people at a street corner. Hearing each other's footsteps, someone from that side shouted vigilantly, "Who goes there?" Chu Hao quickly put on a slight smile and replied loudly, "It's me, Chu Hao." "Is that Brother Chai?" The other group revealed themselves. A tall, dark, and sturdy middle-aged man led 5 or 6 people. Everyone had watermelon knives and hammers strapped to them, and in their hands, they held weapons made of mop handles fixed with sickles or kitchen knives. This gave them reach, so they wouldn't have to engage in immediate hand-to-hand combat when meeting zombies. The leader, Brother Chai, had a revolver tucked into his waist. Looking at this large and tall Brother Chai, Bian Changxi secretly guessed he was likely a strength-type ability user. Judging by his aura, he should be Tier 2. Not bad strength. Seeing Chu Hao, Brother Chai's expression softened. "It's little Chu. I thought it was old Baldy's gang. Gave me a scare." Although he said it gave him a scare, a trace of gloom flashed in his eyes. Clearly, if they had really met old Baldy's people, there might have been a conflict. His gaze immediately fell on Bian Changxi, and his eyes lit up. "This young lady looks very unfamiliar." Chu Hao said, "We just met her. She came from the southern outskirts." Not knowing if Bian Changxi wanted to reveal her name, he didn't introduce her. Brother Chai saw the tang sword and rifle on Bian Changxi's back. She hadn't put the rifle back since taking it out because it would expose her space. His eyes burned with desire. Those 2 items looked like top-tier goods. In the apocalypse, aside from abilities, these weapons were what gave people a sense of security. A powerful weapon could absolutely increase the survival chances of a person or even a team. But he wasn't a fool. Just looking at Bian Changxi, covered in fresh blood yet not appearing disheveled, with a rosy complexion proving she ate well, clean skin showing she didn't lack water, and excellent spirits with bright, piercing eyes, he knew she was no simple character. So he suppressed the urge in his eyes. Good items required a life to hold them. Just a month ago, the scavenger Old Wei from the east took a fancy to Baldy Chiang's 2 pistols. Just pistols, mind you, and rumor had it there were barely any bullets left. He made a few ruthless threats, and that very night, his corpse was found exposed in his home. Once he died, his gang of beggars became scattered sand. Within a few days, they were eaten by zombies without a single survivor. Their corpses were still wandering around that area today. In this world, there was no shortage of strong and ruthless people. If you offended them, you died for nothing. As his thoughts turned, he looked enviously at Bian Changxi's 2 weapons and said to Chu Hao with a sour tone, "You've recruited another powerful person. If I need help in the future, you can't refuse me, brother." Chu Hao's face changed upon hearing this. He glanced at Bian Changxi, and seeing no reaction, he complained, "Brother Chai, don't talk nonsense." "What recruiting? We just met by chance. If you say that, how will the young lady view me? She'll think I have ulterior motives." "Oh." Brother Chai immediately shifted his thoughts and smiled at Bian Changxi. "This young friend, my name is Chai Zhang. The younger ones here call me Brother Chai. You just arrived and don't know how long you'll stay. If you need a hand with anything, I, Chai Zhang, am duty-bound to help." Because the word Miss Sheaji had some negative connotations, and calling someone that without a surname sounded a bit off to the ear when they weren't related, he quickly changed his address. Times were different now. When a disagreement could lead to knives and guns, one had to be particular about language. Bian Changxi remained silent, carefully observing the words and actions of Chu Hao and Chai Zhang. Chu Hao was exactly as expected. He would lower himself slightly when meeting people, managing to converse even with someone harboring hidden hostility like Chai Zhang. Chai Zhang, on the other hand, was a smart man. Although the flash of envy didn't escape her eyes, it was a normal reaction. If he had shown no emotion at all, it would have been more alarming. She knew the other party realized she wasn't with Chu Hao and had thoughts of recruiting her. But would she ignore the well-known philanthropist, Chu Hao, to favor Chai Zhang's team of rough men, whose character was uncertain? If she didn't know Chu Hao's history and style, she would have preferred to go it alone rather than follow Chu Hao to his territory. However, Chai Zhang was a local power, and she couldn't completely disregard his face. She nodded and smiled. "My name is Bian Changxi. I'll remember Brother Chai's words." "Bian Changxi." Chai Zhang muttered the repetition, then suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. "You are that Miss Bian Changxi?" Bian Changxi was surprised too. "You've heard of me?" Chai Zhang nodded with some excitement, then looked at her suspiciously. "The day the Jiang City convoy left, I got on a truck too. I heard them mention you, saying that if you were there, so many critically injured people wouldn't have died. They also said..." "Said what?" "They said that for you, that Captain Gu turned everything upside down and forcibly delayed the schedule by a day. I wondered where you died in which snake's belly." Those words must have been spoken by envious and jealous people. It wouldn't be good for him to say them out loud. Looking at her now, she was clearly perfectly fine. If this Bian Changxi was indeed that Bian Changxi, someone who could be a significant figure even in such a massive convoy, then she truly couldn't be offended. He rejoiced that he hadn't acted impulsively just now. Chu Hao also looked at Bian Changxi in surprise. When she said she got separated from the main force, he thought she was just saying it casually. He didn't expect it to be true. Seeing that Bian Changxi didn't intend to elaborate, he changed the subject. "Where are you coming from, Brother Chai?" Mentioning this, Chai Zhang withdrew his gaze from Bian Changxi. Not caring about losing face in front of Chu Hao, he sighed. This area was stripped clean by that Baldi's people. I had no choice but to take my brothers to the music square to try our luck. You know, the convoy didn't stay long that day. Aside from a large supermarket and a granary, other places were barely touched. I was out of my mind, wanting to get some good stuff. Who knew we'd get entangled by zombies as soon as we got there? We lost a brother, and this one got hurt too. His tone held less anger and more helplessness and sorrow, which sounded strange to Chu Hao. In the past, this guy would have jumped up and cursed without any regard for his image. Not cursing the zombies, but cursing old Baldi for being too ruthless. Following his gaze, Chu Hao instantly understood. he didn't want to throw a tantrum in front of Bian Changxi, fearing it would leave a bad impression. Bian Changxi's gaze fell on the people behind Chaizhong. Indeed, one person was being carried on someone's back, with only the strength left to groan. There was a long, deep, and wide wound running from his left thigh to his calf. The skin and flesh were gone, looking shocking. The wound had undergone emergency treatment, and the bleeding had stopped. Seeing Bian Changxi notice, Chaizhong hurriedly said he was scratched by a dog. We stopped the bleeding immediately and gave him antibiotics. I don't know if he'll make it, but there's nothing more we can do. He hoped Bian Changxi would intervene. First, based on what the convoy people said, Bian Changxi was a healing expert who could practically bring the dead back to life. Bringing the dead back to life was obviously an exaggeration, but she must be more powerful than ordinary wood types and doctors. His brothers had died or been injured until few remained. They had feelings for each other, and saving one more life was always good. Second, he wanted to use this opportunity to see Bian Changxi's capabilities, to determine what kind of attitude he should adopt. Bian Changxi didn't seem to think that much. She walked up to examine the wound closely and asked, "Is he an ability user?" Chaizhong shook his head. "Number," she said, "then it's dangerous. Ability users had strong resistance. Perhaps with a strong will, they could hold on and save their lives. But for an ordinary person, without effective treatment, just the infection from the wound could burn him to death with fever." She thought for a moment, then sent out a thin vine to circle the man's wrist. Would energy penetrated inside? Sure enough, she found patches of green within his body. Based on her experience, this man was about done for. He likely wouldn't survive the night. However, she was also very clear about Chaizhong's thoughts. She was a wood type, a healer. If she couldn't save this man, her days here probably wouldn't be too easy unless she left immediately. Leaving was certain, but she hadn't collected supplies or hunted many crystal cores yet. Looking at the sun, she wouldn't be leaving today. Moreover, past lessons were guides for the future. A single sentence from her had caused Chu Shangjin to agree to deal with her. An unintentional act made Ah Gong hate her to the bone. Liao Meng, whom she hadn't taken seriously, dealt her a fatal blow. After all this, she didn't want to offend people for no reason anymore. She dared not be negligent. If destined to be enemies like fire and water, she would have to bite the opponent to death so they could never turn over. Therefore, she was destined to be a good person who heals the wounded and rescues the dying in the future. This was the easiest way for her to settle down and survive. Fortunately, saving people was a good deed. It didn't wrong her. Thinking this, she increased the energy output. The injured man trembled slightly, feeling a warm and refreshing stream pour into his body. The fatigue and exhaustion instantly lifted, and the dull aches from old injuries seemed to vanish at once. Then the stream reached his leg. The nerves, which had gone cold and numb, suddenly revived. First came the intense pain of the wound, but the stream immediately soothed that pain, sprinkling into it like fine spring rain. He exhaled comfortably, almost feeling the urge to cry out loud. He wanted to open his eyes to see the cause of all this, but his eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and he soon fell asleep. In the eyes of the others, Bian Changxi did nothing. Yet a few seconds after she looped the vine around the injured man's wrist, the pale, curled, blurry, and terrifying wound began to constrict. Blood plasma and clots rolled off the surface, but no new blood flowed. The necrotic flesh rapidly hardened and shrank, then fell off. The remaining muscles squeezed and pulled together, growing and repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although the missing chunk of flesh didn't grow back entirely, a layer of fresh, tender pink tissue grew over the surface, like putting a protective coat on the wound. The injured man's complexion also improved instantly. Bian Changxi withdrew her hand, her expression unchanged. Such an injury no longer pressured her. However, a Tier 2 wood ability was far from being able to regenerate flesh and bone. She could only repair the wound, not replace the lost meat. In fact, stimulating cells to divide and grow rapidly to produce that large area of granulation tissue was already a huge improvement compared to before, when she could only stop bleeding and let the wound scab over naturally. She said, "Done. Let him rest well when you get back. It's best if he eats something that replenishes blood. He'll be fine in a day or two. However, due to the muscle loss in his leg, walking won't be a problem, but running might be affected." No one responded. She looked back to see everyone maintaining expressions of having seen a ghost or thinking their eyes were playing tricks on them. Even the wooden Chen Guanqing looked at her with astonishment several times. Bian Changxi couldn't help but smile. Saving people and healing injuries really did give a sense of pleasure and accomplishment. Chu Hao was the first to recover, giving Bian Changxi a big thumbs up. Chai Zhang and his brothers almost threw themselves onto the injured brother's leg. They wanted to touch it but didn't dare, staring wide-eyed to study it. Finally, Chai Zhang found his voice, speaking with uncontrollable excitement, "Divine work. Truly divine work." She wouldn't dare claim divine work. Those powerful thunder, fire, and metal types, who among them couldn't be praised for stealing the creation of heaven and earth? It was just that creation was often more soul-stirring than destruction. Saving people was more shocking and gratitude-inducing than killing them. Bian Changxi pursed her lips in a smile, like the wind clearing the clouds. Her already clear and exquisite features gained 3 points of open-minded brightness, as if she had broken some shackle. Even covered in dirt, that radiance couldn't be hidden. "You're welcome. We are all stranded here together. We should help each other. One more person is one more unit of strength for survival." Declining Chai Zhang's invitation, Bian Changxi continued forward with Chu Hao. Chu Hao didn't ask anything, but his gaze drifted over to her from time to time, as if he had seen some incredible existence. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the outer suburbs in another direction of Longyue Town. It wasn't as open as the small grassland. There were quite a few houses, but they were all very short and small, scattered in a row along the road. In front of the houses were roadside trees. Behind them were likely once farmalitter sands, now overgrown with weeds that had been artificially cut short, revealing melon vines and cabbages inside. Further back was a small river, but the water stank, and the surface was covered with countless pieces of trash and algae. An elderly woman was holding an umbrella, carefully tending to those pitifully few, sickly cabbages that were being dried out by the sun. Beside her, a little girl squatted by the melon vines studying something. Suddenly, she cried out, "Grandma, the stem of this watermelon fell off. When should we pick it?" Her pronunciation was a bit strange, and her speech leaked air. The old woman said and hurriedly stood up to look. However, she moved too vigorously and swayed. Chu Hao quickly jumped down to support her, complaining gently, "Grandma, are you okay? The sun is still strong. Go sit under the tree. What's so important about these few vegetables?" The grandma smiled. "These vegetables are pitifully sun-dried. Holding the umbrella helps block it a bit for them. Sitting anywhere is the same, isn't it?" Turning her eyes, she saw Bian Changxi. Her presbyopic eyes squinted, thinking it was another poor soul Chu Hao had picked up and brought back. Chu Hao was kind-hearted, but he also had a sense of propriety. If someone was the restless type, he absolutely wouldn't bring them back. So, although Grandma Gu couldn't see Bian Changxi's appearance clearly due to her failing eyesight, she knew this wasn't a bad person. She smiled and asked, "This young lady is?" Bian Changxi had already gone down the slope into the field. She replied, "Hello, Grandma. My name is Bian Changxi. I met Chu Hao and the others by chance. I had nowhere to go, so I brazenly followed Chu Hao here." Facing the elderly, especially one who showed her kindness, she was not stingy with her respect. Grandma Gu squinted, trying hard to see. "Chu ate a beautiful girl." Finally noticing the bloodstains on her clothes and the weapons on her back, the old lady suddenly realized this wasn't some pitiful, pampered girl, but someone capable. In this world, the capable and the incapable lived two completely different lives. This was especially true for young, beautiful girls. She had just been worrying for her a moment ago. Now, her tone carried a bit of respect. Come, sit inside. Look, your face is red from the sun. Little Chu, you guys talk. Don't mind an old woman like me. Saying this, she still wanted to check on the watermelon. Chu Hao beat her to it, picking up the watermelon that had lost its stem. There were 4 or 5 other melons of varying sizes left. He covered them with some dry grass, placed the grandma's umbrella over the cabbages, and weighed down the handle with a clod of earth. Holding the watermelon and leading the little girl, he walked over. They're done. Why suffer out here? Grandma, let's go inside. Let's cut the watermelon and eat. Eat watermelon, eat watermelon. Uncle Chu, are we really going to eat the watermelon? The little girl asked, looking up. Bian Changxi noticed she was a child with a cleft lip, and half of her face had a large bruise, unknown if it was a birthmark or something else. Her eyes clearly shone with expectation and joy, but her question was cautious, as if afraid she had said something she shouldn't. Chu Hao patted her head. Eat. It's picked already. It won't keep in this heat anyway. Might as well eat it while it's fresh. Right, Grandma. Grandma sighed and looked at Bian Changxi, thinking that with a newcomer arriving, they should indeed bring out something good to celebrate. She said to the little girl, Little and ran, go call Sister Yi and Brother George. Bian Changxi was led into a low house. It was a brick house, but the cement had been applied hastily, and red bricks were visible in some places. The house was narrow and long, about 20 square meters, divided into an inner and outer room by a few wooden boards. The inside couldn't be seen clearly. In the outer room, there was a bed made of benches and wooden planks. The cotton quilt on it looked thick, though dirty and hard, folded neatly against the wall. Next was a rough 8 immortals table. A gas stove and a small assortment of pots, pans, and bowls were arranged on a long table. Chu Hao entered the room and ladled water from a bucket to submerge the warm watermelon. It would taste better when cooled. He said to Bian Changxi, there are 7 of us in total. We didn't feel safe letting Grandma Gu and Little and Ran sleep in a room alone, so Old 6 and I sleep out here at night, and they sleep inside. 2 rooms down, there's a young couple. The man is named Wang Dezhou. His leg was crushed, and his face rotted from eating something unknown. People despised him and wouldn't let him go with the convoy. His girlfriend is named Ye Shaojin. She stayed behind too. She's a water type. We rely on her for all our water. In the room past that lives a foreign friend. I heard he couldn't understand Chinese, so when the convoy arrived and left, he simply didn't understand the broadcasts and missed it. He laughed. He's an ability user too, just a bit weird. Like wind but not wind. But he's a handsome guy, hardworking and capable. Old 6 goes out every day, so he and I take turns going out. One of us always has to stay behind to keep watch. Before he finished speaking, Little and Ran arrived at the door with 2 people. Grandma, Uncle Chu, Sister Yi and Brother George are here. A girl walked in first. She was about the same age as Bian Changxi, with delicate features and a quiet demeanor. Her clothes were a bit old and torn, but washed very clean. Although she looked thin and haggard from malnutrition and excessive worry, her skin remained fair and lustrous. This was a characteristic of water types. Nourished by the water element, it was hard for them to develop the dry, cracked skin others had. Even their hair was blacker and softer. Since water types were generally female, they became a category of people relatively easily pursued by men in the apocalypse. Ye Shaojin gave a kind smile upon seeing Bian Changxi, then spoke softly to Chu Hao, Brother Chu and Brother Chen are back. She proactively went to the water bucket to release water. Following her was a tall, handsome foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes. Seeing Bian Changxi, he spoke loudly and enthusiastically, Hi, hello beauty. You can just call me George. His weirdly accented pronunciation was truly unflattering. Bian Changxi extended her hand to shake his. "Hello, my name is Bian Changxi." "Bian, where did you come from? How is the outside world?" George moved a small stool to sit next to Bian Changxi. After being left in this godforsaken place because he couldn't understand Chinese, he now pestered the people around him to talk every day and was desperate to know the situation outside. Although he had a few good partners here, he couldn't stay here forever. Honestly, Bian Changxi didn't know how the outside world was either. Both of them were in the dark, sharing the pitifully small amount of information they knew, but they chatted familiarly nonetheless. Soon, Bian Changxi understood the situation. There were 7 people here. Chu Hao and Chen Guanqing were high school classmates. Chen Guanqing had brought his new wife to her hometown, Longyue Town, to hold a wedding banquet, coincidentally meeting his classmate Chu Hao, who was working there. Tragically, the apocalypse descended on the night of the wedding. The bride became a zombie, and few of the relatives in the hall escaped. The 2 men had been muddling along together since. Grandma Gu was Chu Hao's landlord before the apocalypse. Her family had either turned into zombies or died. She was the only one left of a good family. Both Grandma Gu and Chen Guanqing were unwilling to leave this place of heartbreak, so Chu Hao had no choice but to stay with them. Later, they picked up Little and Ran, who had escaped from an orphanage, and met Ye Xiaojin's couple and George. Actually, there were others, but the strong ones were recruited by Old Baldy and Chai Zhang, and the weak ones went out a few times and unfortunately never returned. Only these 7 were left, depending on each other to settle down in this place. Through the conversation, she learned that George really wanted to leave for the Big Sioux City base. Unfortunately, Grandma Gu and Chen Guanqing both had thoughts of dying here of old age. Chu Hao, the backbone of the group, couldn't persuade anyone. Little and Ran naturally followed them. Ye Xiaojin had no self-defense capability, and her boyfriend was disabled. George, a foreigner who couldn't even figure out directions or routes, didn't have the guts to hit the road alone. Bian Changxi sighed secretly. For such a team, old, young, disabled, and disheartened, to survive here for so long was simply a miracle. Chu Hao must have expended a lot of effort for this. This #1 tycoon of Sioux City truly lived up to his reputation as a nice guy. Since she had figured out the situation here, Bian Changxi felt she could stay. She trusted Chu Hao's character, and the others posed no threat. The only one, Chen Guanqing, was lifeless from start to finish. His greatest hobbies were sitting in the shade outside dazing out and visiting the Wuzhou Grand Hotel twice a day. As she pondered silently, the doorway suddenly darkened. Chen Guanqing led a tall, burly man over. "Chu Hao." Chu Hao turned to look and hurriedly went to greet him. "Baldy Chiang, you're here. Do you have something good today?" The visitor was nearly 2 meters tall. Standing in the small doorway, he blocked all the light. Bian Changxi saw a pair of sharp, bronze eyes and a smooth, shiny bald head. He swept a casual glance around the room, pausing briefly when his gaze passed over Bian Changxi. He extended his right hand to Chu Hao. Everyone saw he was holding a rooster. This rooster was much larger than normal ones, 2 or 3 times the size. Its feathers were bright and silky, and its comb was blood red. It seemed to be unconscious. Baldy Chiang patted its head, and it woke up with a start, struggling desperately. However, its wings were firmly gripped by Baldy Chiang's single hand, and its claws clawed futilely at the air. Suddenly, it turned and pecked at Baldy Chiang's exposed arm. Not only did it fail to peck anything off, but there was a clack sound as if it had hit a rock, and the bird shook its head in dizziness. Bian Changxi's eyes narrowed. Baldy Chiang said, "This chicken only eats grass, not human flesh. I cooked one this morning. The taste isn't bad." Chu Hao examined it carefully for a moment, then nodded. "Since you ate it and are fine, I'll take it. What do you want in exchange?" He signaled Ye Xiaojin to take the white plastic empty bucket hanging from Baldy Chiang's left hand. Ye Xiaojin skillfully went to fill it with water. Baldy Qiang knocked the rooster on the head again, stunning the big bird, and placed it on the ground outside the door. I don't want food this time. Give me a bucket of water and some medicine to stop bleeding. He turned around, revealing his back. There were 3 deep scratch marks, still very fresh. Seeing the injury, Chu Hao subconsciously glanced at Bian Changxi, but said nothing. With a movement of his hand, a packet of hemostatic powder appeared. Got this from the hospital, but haven't used it, so I don't know how effective it is. Baldy Chang nodded, wasting no words. Once Ye Xiaojin filled the bucket, he took it and left. As soon as he left, Ran ran cheering to the big rooster. Uncle Chu, do we have meat to eat? The others also had smiles on their faces. Bian Changxi knew at first glance that the rooster was edible. Some mutated beasts were edible, while others were poisonous. Back then, Zhang Yuwen had turned into that ghostly state either from touching dirty water or eating unclean meat. Whether a mutated beast was edible was easy to recognize. If it grew well, without pus, peeling skin, or strange lumps, it was edible. But edible and delicious were 2 different concepts. In her previous life, she could basically only afford mutated beast meat. Some people specialized in raising poultry to sell, but the price was high, classified as luxury food that only high-level people could enjoy. From this aspect, one could see that mutated beasts were just a choice made out of helplessness.